Chapter 953. A demigod is going to surpass Siddhista in terms of quality of the profound mysteries. You need to simultaneously fuse at least 5 profound mysteries of the laws. And these 5 profound mysteries of the laws are absolutely the 5 highest profound mysteries of the same element. Beirut naturally heard Zhou Tong's nonsense, and he chuckled as he spoke. But he had no choice but to admit that Zhou Tong's 3 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, after fusing with the laws of destruction, was indeed equivalent to fusing 5 profound mysteries. Moreover, it wasn't a fusion of low-level profound mysteries. It was equivalent to fusing 2 high-level profound mysteries, 2 middle-level profound mysteries, and finally a low-level profound mystery. Only in this sort of configuration would one be able to surpass the profound mysteries of 6-star fiend's laws after fusing a small portion of it. Of the 7 elemental laws, aside from the wind element, each element had 2 high-level profound mysteries, 2 mid-level profound mysteries, and 2 low-level profound mysteries. For example, the high-level profound mysteries of the laws of the earth were gravitational space and throbbing pulse of the world. The mid-level profound mysteries were strength and vitality, and the low-level profound mysteries were essence of the earth and world-walking. But the elemental laws of the wind were an exception. Because there were 9 types of profound mysteries in the elemental laws, the elemental laws of the wind had the fewest high-level profound mysteries and the fewest mid-level profound mysteries, and the most low-level profound mysteries. The only high-level profound mystery of the wind element was the dimensional profound mysteries. The only middle-level profound mystery was the spatial wind. The remaining 7 were all low-level profound mysteries. However, in the Yulan continent, you are already invincible. Most likely, you will need to become a full god before you can go to the higher planes. You're really steady. Beirut finally shook his head and looked away. At the same time, the group of gods and demigods that Siddhista had brought with him learned that their leader had died. These people instantly lost their minds and fled back to hell through the teleportation array. High gods, especially high gods who had fused 3 types of profound mysteries, had been killed. What was the point of them continuing to stay here? Moreover, if he didn't run now, wouldn't he be waiting for that expert's revenge? Even a 6-star fiend had died. Which one of them could withstand the rage of such an expert? On the other side, after separating from Linli and the others, Zhou Tong cultivated quietly by himself. This battle with Siddhista had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of Zhou Tong's edicts of destruction. The fusion of the Edict of Destruction and the Edict of Earth was also growing higher and higher, so he needed some time to slowly digest the insights he had gained from this battle. Not only that, but the improvement in the laws of destruction might also have some special effects on the laws of earth and the laws of water. Even a mutated soul expert like Zhou Tong couldn't detect this sort of connection between the profound mysteries of different laws. Those who were unable to fuse with the profound mysteries of the laws weren't able to enjoy such treatment at all. They're here. Half a month after the battle stopped, Zhou Tong suddenly opened his eyes and a green light appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a strange worldly law descended to envelop Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong couldn't help but float into the air. At the same time, his divine water clone flew out from within his body. It was Zhou Tong, dressed in a light blue robe. A divine spark, glowing with a green light, emerged from the head of this divine clone, hovering there. And then, an enormous amount of water elemental essence began to coalesce under the influence of the natural laws, gathering towards the divine spark. In the end, the divine spark, enveloped by the boundless amount of water elemental essence and the natural laws, slowly began to transform. In but a short period of time, the divine spark of a demigod of water had transformed into the divine spark of a god. It's Khan. Oh! He broke through to the god level in water? What a fast training speed. The deities of the Yulan continent all sighed in amazement. Zhou Tong's existence had completely shattered their understanding of the world. At this moment, The ripples of the natural laws dissipated, and Zhou Tong opened his eyes as well. I didn't expect that I would make a breakthrough in water. Zhou Tong was speechless. This battle had indeed given him some new insights, but what he didn't expect was that the insights he had gained were in the laws of water, not the laws of earth. Alas, my laws of the earth were the most powerful. Unfortunately, I made a breakthrough in water. Zhou Tong felt rather regretful as well, because he hadn't made a breakthrough in his most powerful element. After making a breakthrough in water, his power had actually decreased. To fuse 4 types of divine power, one had to have all 4 types of divine power at the same level. If a god and a demigod were to fuse, the power would decrease. Thus, he had first made a breakthrough in water, causing Zhou Tong's advantage in fusing divine power to disappear. His body, however, had to simultaneously break through to the god level in all 4 types of elements before it could undergo the next transformation. Thus, the breakthrough in water didn't have much of an impact on the strength of his body. Breaking through to the god level in the elemental laws of water had caused Zhou Tong's soul to explode, but unfortunately, none of the profound mysteries he had gained insight into had anything to do with the soul. Thus, he was unable to see the greatest benefit of this breakthrough. As for soul defense, given that he had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, he didn't need to worry about it at all. All in all, the breakthrough in the elemental laws of water had only caused Zhou Tong to lose his advantage in fusing divine power, but it hadn't actually increased his power. However, it's good that I made a breakthrough. The improvement in the quality of my soul has caused the speed at which I can deduce the profound mysteries of the laws to explosively increase as well. Zhou Tong said to himself. After breaking through to the god level in water, Zhou Tong's soul had reached the level of a tri-element soul mutate high god. The level of his soul made it so that his deduction speed was tens of times faster than that of ordinary high gods. Given my current speed, the fusion of the elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction should reach its limit within a year. The fusion of the profound mysteries of the essence of water, the profound mysteries of circular softness, and the profound mysteries of ice should reach its limit within 3 years as well. In fact, the fusion of the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth and the laws of the earth should reach its limit within 3 years as well. In 3 years, I'll be able to go to the higher planes. After giving a rough estimate of the time, Zhou Tong immediately entered a meditative state. Time passed slowly. The Yulan continent continued to be peaceful. But just as Zhou Tong and Sidista's battle had been peaceful for a year and a half, suddenly, the natural laws once more descended. Zhou Tong had finally made a breakthrough in the laws of the earth. The profound mysteries of the essence of the earth hadn't yet reached its limit of fusing with the other profound mysteries, but the fusion of the profound mysteries of strength and life had already broken through that final bottleneck, instantly succeeding. Zhou Tong's fused pulse guard pulse had also broken through to the 256th stage. He could now continue to advance. However, after successfully breaking through, Zhou Tong didn't leave. Instead, he continued to deduce and upgrade the elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction. Fortunately, he had finally made a successful breakthrough within the 3 years he had set. That final bottleneck, as though water had formed in a canal, was broken through. Now there's only one thing left before I can go to the infernal realm. Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, then turned to look at his hometown, Green Lake Town. With a flash, he transformed into a ray of light, once more arriving at Green Lake Town. He left behind a set of 3 fire-style divine sparks for Austin, which could be used to directly become a high god. And then, he headed directly towards the Arctic ice cap. To him, the Yulan continent was no longer of any interest. He could go to the infernal realm of the 4 higher planes. Chapter 954. One of the 4 higher planes, the infernal realm. A purple, cold moon hung in the night sky like a sickle, and a layer of purple moonlight covered the boundless land, filling the entire world with a demonic atmosphere. Whoosh whoosh, Sand raged for thousands of miles, and the world was in chaos. The wind swept up the sand, as if countless steel blades were scraping against one's bones. The flying sand hit a castle not far away, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, no matter how the sand flew, this castle remained the same after hundreds of millions of years. This castle was incomparably large, and it stood in the middle of the desert. It could be seen from afar, and it was as majestic as a mountain range. In the central plaza of this castle, there was a flat area paved with green bricks. On the flat area, there were two huge magic formations that occupied an area of more than 100 meters. Next to the magic formations, there were two people standing there quietly. These two people wore long golden robes, and there was a golden mark on their heads. In the distance, there were even more golden-robed people standing guard there. It's getting late. The next batch will probably come to pick people up. It should be Big Brother Carlos' turn. A tall, skinny golden-robed person laughed. There isn't a single god-level expert in this batch. Big Brother Carlos will probably be happy. The short-haired man next to him also laughed lightly. Haha, with Big Brother Carlos' effort and training, he would be more than happy if the people here were as weak as possible. It would be best if they were all saint-level experts, because saint-level experts are the easiest to fool. He can just casually find a place to dump them. That way, he can naturally save a lot of time to train. The tall, skinny man laughed. Rumble. Right at this moment, a huge magic formation on the ground once again emitted a misty halo, and then a figure appeared in the center of the magic formation. This person was Zhou Tong, a mid-level deity. This batch actually had a mid-level deity come at the last moment. The short-haired man laughed loudly. However, under everyone's astonished gazes, Zhou Tong suddenly flew into the sky, overlooking the surrounding situation, and said leisurely, "This is Green Sand Castle? That means I've come to the westernmost Carol continent of the Infernal Realm?" What? The moment Zhou Tong said this, the golden-robed, god-grade powerhouses who had wanted to berate him all stopped in their tracks. There was a look of disbelief on their faces. Since it's Green Sand Castle, the nearest city should be in the north. But for me, the most suitable place is in the south. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then pulled out a black, wolf-shaped metallic life form from his interspatial ring. He instantly tore through the air. Although this was Zhou Tong's first time in hell, he had obtained enough information about hell from Sadista's interspatial ring. Therefore, he naturally didn't need to go through the introduction of the army of overgods. Instead, went on his way alone. However, after Zhou Tong left, he left behind a ground full of exclamations. This? Venturing into other planes? A mere god? How is this possible? A golden-robed woman called out in shock. What middle god? He's clearly a peerless expert. How could the likes of us discover such an expert's concealed aura? And for him to be able to conceal his spiritual aura to such a level, he must be a peerless expert who specializes in the soul. A captain-like figure next to her sighed in amazement. Venturing into other planes? I wonder when I'll be able to reach such a level. But the teleportation fee really is expensive. I've worked for so many years, but my salary isn't even enough for a single teleportation. The captain stared in the direction Zhou Tong had left in, speaking somewhat enviously. 10,000 kilometers of wild sand. This was a very terrifying type of blue sand. This type of sand was formed when bluestone was crushed into powder. Bluestone was an extremely rare mineral in the material plane. Its hardness wasn't any weaker than adamantine, and in terms of toughness, it was far superior to adamantine. If the people of the material plane were to see this vast, boundless desert, they would definitely be stunned. So this is the infernal realm. The restrictive power of space far surpasses that of the material planes, and far surpasses that of the divine wind plane which Beirut established. Zhou Tong was seated in the control cabin of the metallic life form. He was slowly sensing the differences between the infernal realm and the material plane. First of all, the range of his divine sense. In the material plane, Zhou Tong's divine sense could instantly cover the entire Yulon continent. But here, it could only cover an area of a few hundred kilometers. It was too short, and this was only because Zhou Tong had broken through to become a god, causing his soul to be far more powerful than that of a high god. An ordinary high god soul would probably only have 1/100th of Zhou Tong's. It wasn't just the range of his divine sense. Zhou Tong had tried to attack as well, but his most powerful attack had only been able to just barely create a crack in the space of the infernal realm. However, the best thing about the infernal realm for me is that it is much easier to train in the edicts of destruction here. Zhou Tong calmed himself down slightly. Soon, he could clearly sense the unique ripples of the edicts of destruction. They were clearer than they had ever been before. This black wolf, hurry up and stop. You passed by our Canifang sand dune. Leave your money behind. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out in the skies, and a squad of bandits appeared in front of the metallic life form. Roar! At the same time, a wild roar could be heard, and the fire elemental essence in the air formed into an enormous flaming lion, blocking Zhou Tong's black, wolf-shaped metallic life form. We've encountered bandits so quickly. This place is only 3 days away from Green Sand Castle, which is under the control of Sovereign. Zhou Tong was rather surprised. These bandits were a bit too audacious, weren't they, for them to set up an ambush here? Could it be that they wanted to attack the army of Sovereign? However, bandits have no human rights. I've just arrived in the infernal realm, and so I can use you to train in the edicts of destruction. Zhou Tong could clearly see the large group of people outside through the glass of the metallic life form. The leader was a large, bald man dressed in a red robe. He was a god, and behind him were more than 100 people, of which 30 were gods, while the rest were demigods. I heard that the infernal realm has the most bandits. So it is true. Zhou Tong's voice rang out, and then the metallic life form disappeared, replaced by Zhou Tong, void cleaver in hand. Hi, you dare resist us? Brothers, kill. The bald leader let out a derisive laugh, brandishing his blade as he charged toward Zhou Tong. Kill! Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with a terrifying, apocalyptic killing intent, and he suddenly brandished his sword, charging towards the group of bandits. The divine sword sliced through the air noiselessly, and pitch-black destruction-type divine power erupted like a volcano, containing an unimaginably terrifying aura as it chopped down heavily against the bodies of the bandits. Rumble! All of the bandits who were struck by Zhou Tong's sword trembled violently, and then their bodies dissipated like dust. With just a single blow, all of the demigods amongst the 100+ bandits have been killed. Next will be you gods. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with cold light, and he continued to charge towards the remaining gods of the bandits. Chapter 955. The Infernal Realm, the Carol Continent. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on a sand dune, his eyes closed as he sensed the laws of destruction. Around him were scattered divine weapons and corpses. Buzz! Suddenly, Zhou Tong took out the space-piercing sword and casually swung it out. A blurry, pitch-black sword shadow appeared. A terrifying power that could destroy the world appeared on the tip of the sword, destroying everything that the sword shadow passed by. This was an extremely strange feeling. It was as if the sword had slashed through space, and even space itself had been annihilated. Swish! Suddenly, the space trembled slightly, and the pitch-black sword shadow slashed through the sky, cutting apart a sand dune in the distance, revealing a deep sword scar. But very quickly, the sand dune on both sides of the sword scar collapsed towards the middle, quickly submerging the sword scar. The laws of destruction. According to my classification, the direction that I had comprehended before was called annihilation. Its main strength lies in its ferocious and domineering attacks. Now that I have comprehended a completely new direction, it is called annihilation. This direction is more inclined towards the destructive effects of attacks. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But the most important thing is how to combine annihilation and annihilation. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then took out the Void Splitter and began to display sword techniques, intending to combine these two directions. He experimented for half a month, but he was still unable to combine them. In the end, he had no choice but to continue on his journey. The infernal realm was vast and boundless, and so was the Carol continent. Just this desert alone took Zhou Tong 20 years to pass through. Of course, in these 20 years, he did not just travel blindly. Instead, he would occasionally stop and quietly meditate on the laws of heaven and earth. Sometimes he would fight with the bandits in the desert, tempering the laws of destruction. His daily life was extremely fulfilling. Especially the confrontation with those bandits and robbers, it was an eye-opener for Zhou Tong. Although these bandits were at most mid-gods and occasionally one or two high gods, there were all sorts of races and all sorts of laws among the countless bandits. They had also created some offensive and defensive techniques. All of this left a deep impression on Zhou Tong and became a stepping stone for him to improve. In the past 20 years, his comprehension of the laws of the earth had improved significantly as well. Although he was still stuck at the 256 fused throbbing pulse technique, he had already completely comprehended the profound mysteries of the essence of earth. Furthermore, he had perfectly fused them with the profound mysteries of vitality, profound mysteries of strength, and the throbbing pulse of the world. It could be said that so long as his throbbing pulse of the world could be fused together, he would be able to perfectly fuse all four of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. It wasn't just the laws of the earth. He had also mastered the elemental laws of water. Furthermore, he had perfectly fused them with the profound mysteries of circular softness and profound mysteries of ice. In terms of the elemental laws of fire, however, he hadn't made much progress. Ever since he had arrived in the infernal realm, he had been constantly comprehending and fusing with the elemental mysteries of fire. In the past few years, he had reached the final, most critical step. As long as he broke through this step, the elemental laws of fire would be able to perfectly fuse the profound mysteries of explosion and the profound mysteries of fire, reaching the god level. The edicts of destruction were the edicts of destruction that he had made the most rapid progress in after arriving in the infernal realm. Ever since he had comprehended the path of annihilation, Zhou Tong had directly fused the Tao of annihilation with his own Tao of annihilation in the midst of countless battles. 10 years after arriving in the infernal realm, his edicts of destruction had already broken through to the god level. And now, he had comprehended the third path of the edicts of destruction, annihilation. Because the edicts of destruction didn't have a single profound mystery, the name annihilation was something Zhou Tong had come up with himself. This was because it encompassed both the soul and the material aspect. This path was also a path of attack. More accurately speaking, virtually every single path of the edicts of destruction was used for attack. Only, this sort of attack was inclined towards using force to suppress others, and it suppressed both the material aspect and the soul. This was the first attack law that Zhou Tong had comprehended that had an effect on the soul. Whoosh! Finally, after passing through the final blue sand dune, Zhou Tong raised his head to stare into the distance. An incomparably scorching hot aura instantly swept towards him. Gurgle, gurgle! As far as the eye could see, a crimson river of lava flowed through the mountains in front of him. Within the river of lava, bubbles would occasionally appear, and in the area around the river of lava, there were rocks that had been roasted red. As far as the eye could see, 30 to 40% of the mountains were emitting black smoke. This was a vast expanse of volcanoes. If one headed south from the Blue Desert, one would reach the Vita volcano range. The Vita volcano range was one of the most famous volcanoes in the infernal realm. Volcanoes would erupt all year round, and some of the more powerful volcanoes, upon erupting, could even cause 7-star fiends to perish. In addition, in the entire Carol continent, in fact, in the entire infernal realm, this was the region with the highest concentration of fire-style experts. Many experts who trained in the elemental laws of fire would gather here, either to spar with each other or to seek inspiration from the natural scenery of the world, hoping to make a breakthrough. Because experts were gathered here, this place actually didn't have many bandits. Rumble! Right at this moment, not too far away, a volcano suddenly exploded. Like fireworks, a large number of flaming meteors shot out, and roiling black smoke rose up, instantly drowning out everything in the world. This sort of power, Zhou Tong stared at the volcano, his mind frantically replaying the scene of the volcano eruption. That was a virtually invincible power of nature. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of the volcano eruption. That explosive eruption, that unstoppable, terrifying explosive power, and the temperature of the flames, the scorching heat. All of these things flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. At this moment, the final bottleneck in his path of fire suddenly broke through rumble. In that instant, the natural laws descended, and Zhou Tong's divine fire clone emerged from within his body. At the same time, his divine spark appeared as well, and countless amounts of fire elemental essence, under the influence of the natural laws, merged into the divine spark. In but a short period of time, the divine spark of the demigod Fireheart had risen to the level of a full god. At this point, the natural laws dissipated, and Zhou Tong once again landed on the ground. I had originally planned to train here for a period of time and break through to the level of a full god. I didn't expect that I would break through as soon as I arrived. Zhou Tong felt rather delighted. His divine fire clone had finally reached the level of a full god. He could finally gather the divine power of all four types of gods and break through. Haha, brother, please wait. Just as Zhou Tong was preparing to find a place to train, a clear voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Zhou Tong turned his head to look, only to see a muscular man with short reddish-gold hair flying towards him. "What is it?" Zhou Tong asked. "Haha, my name is Philide." The man flew in front of Zhou Tong and introduced himself. "I am Khan." Zhou Tong casually introduced himself as well. "Brother Khan, just now I saw that you broke through to become a full god. It just so happens that I broke through not too long ago as well. Why don't we spar a bit?" Philide seemed very friendly, and the first thing he said was to spar. "Spar?" Zhou Tong was startled. He had only heard from books that this place was very friendly and had a very flourishing atmosphere for training. But Philide's performance had exceeded his expectations. "Of course. Please." But after just a moment of surprise, Zhou Tong immediately agreed. All this time, he had primarily trained in the laws of the earth. After arriving in the infernal realm, because the environment was suitable, he had primarily trained in the laws of destruction. Up until now, he hadn't used the elemental laws of fire in battle. Chapter 956. Haha, then let's begin. The golden-haired man, Philide, immediately flew over. "Khan, be careful." Philide laughed loudly, and his right fist struck out like a thunderbolt. Wherever his fist passed, space itself seemed to twist and distort from the scorching heat. This fist, Zhou Tong could only sense an oppressive heat. The heat was so high that even Zhou Tong was rather startled. "Oomph." With a low snort, Zhou Tong had already switched to his divine fire clone. His long, crimson hair fluttered in the wind, and his right fist also struck out. This fist was like an erupting volcano, and its speed was much faster than Philide's. The two seemingly ordinary fists didn't dodge at all, colliding directly against each other. Rumble. The force of the collision was so strong that one ripple after another spread out through space. Philide couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly retreated backwards. He raised his hand to look at his own fist, and saw that the bones in his fist had actually been shattered. Good. Is this the profound mysteries of explosion? No, you fused them. You fused them with the profound mysteries of the essence of fire. Philide's eyes were shining, and he looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. He did indeed like to challenge others. But before this battle began, he had never imagined that there would be a god who would be able to surpass him in attack power. This was indeed an enormous, pleasant surprise. Zhou Tong looked at the delighted Philide, and in his heart, he was secretly surprised. This Philide's power isn't bad. He must have fused some profound mysteries. Although he didn't fuse any high-level profound mysteries, his power still can't be underestimated. What sort of profound mystery fusion is this? Zhou Tong asked directly. He had the vague, hazy feeling that this profound mystery seemed to be the one he was planning to fuse with the elemental laws of fire. Just a fusion of the profound mysteries of fire body and the profound mysteries of scorching heat. Continue. Philide laughed as he flew directly towards Zhou Tong. He wanted to continue sparring with Zhou Tong and gain a better understanding of the profound mysteries he had fused. The elemental laws of fire had a total of 6 types of profound mysteries. The low-level profound mysteries were the elemental profound mysteries of fire and the profound mysteries of fire body. The mid-level profound mysteries were the profound mysteries of scorching heat and the profound mysteries of incineration. The high-level profound mysteries were the profound mysteries of explosion and the profound mysteries of light. Among them, the profound mystery of fire body was a law profound mystery that allowed the user to transform into flames. The profound mystery of scorching heat was a law profound mystery related to the temperature of flames. The profound mystery of combustion was a very special profound mystery that could cause flames to burn on things that could not be burned. As for the profound mystery of light, it was a profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire that specialized in soul attacks. I see. Flame body technique. Zhou Tong didn't retreat. He directly charged forward. He had already confirmed that the profound mysteries of the flame body technique should be the third profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire that he needed to comprehend. Boom! The two of them did not dodge at all. They met each other's fists with their fists and clashed head-on. Wherever their fists passed, the void would constantly distort, causing their figures to seem to be constantly vanishing. Zhou Tong had already switched to his divine fire clone. This divine clone was formed from fire-style divine power, and its physical strength was no different from that of an ordinary person's. Thus, Zhou Tong was only able to slightly suppress Philide. He wasn't able to win with an overwhelming advantage. Bang! Finally, with a massive sound, Zhou Tong once more punched Philide backwards, and this punch caused Philide's arm to break. No more fighting. No more fighting. After being knocked backwards this time, Philide immediately gave up, no longer wanting to continue fighting. He looked at Zhou Tong with some amazement. Of all the gods I've seen, in terms of material attacks, you definitely rank in the top 10. The profound mysteries of explosion really are the most powerful material attack, profound mysteries of fire. What's more, you have fused the profound mysteries of fire. If we keep fighting, I won't be able to take it. Top 10? Zhou Tong chuckled but didn't say anything. His original body's powerful physical strength had yet to be revealed, and he had yet to use his fused divine power. He also had the even more powerful laws of the earth, the elemental laws of water, and the edicts of destruction that he had yet to use. Since we're not fighting, let's part ways here. Zhou Tong gestured to Philide, then immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the group of volcanoes. What a terrifying god. He probably hasn't even used his full strength yet. That sword is always on his back, but he doesn't seem to use it. Philide stared in the direction Zhou Tong had left in, a thoughtful look on his face. In the infernal realm, anyone who carried a saber or a sword on their back would generally be the type with the most powerful attacks. In addition, they would generally walk the path of the Tao of the sword or the Tao of the saber. They would carry their weapons on their backs, constantly using their spiritual energy and divine power to nourish them, constantly using them to attack their enemies. Their most powerful attacks were often focused on their weapons. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong, after leaving Philide, immediately found a volcano. He entered the volcano, then casually dug out an estate in the air above the lava lake, using it as his temporary residence. The profound mysteries of the flame body. Just like that, I become a beginner. After sitting down in the meditative position, Zhou Tong stretched out his finger. A flame was burning at the tip of his finger, but a short while later, the flame was extinguished, transforming back into a ray of fire-style divine power. But in the next moment, The divine power transformed back into flames, and the cycle repeated itself. The profound mysteries of the flame body allowed one to transform every part of one's body into flames. Zhou Tong was only a beginner, and so he was only able to transform his own divine power into flames. If he mastered it, even his weapons would be able to transform into flames. However, right now, what's important isn't the profound mysteries of the flame body. What's important is the most important transformation of my 4 elements after becoming a god. Zhou Tong's body flickered, and he returned to his original body. Fused divine power could only strengthen Zhou Tong's original body, not his divine clones. Thus, his divine clones only had the strength of an ordinary body. Let's begin. Zhou Tong willed it, and instantly, the fused divine power of earth, water, fire, and destruction began to appear in his body. Chi-Chi. As soon as this pitch-black fused divine power appeared, it immediately caused Zhou Tong's muscles to swell and his bones to tremble. A pain that penetrated deep into his bones appeared on his body. The pitch-black fused divine power flowed through Zhou Tong's body, and this power flowed through Zhou Tong's muscles, bones, blood, and organs. Bit by bit, it fused into his entire body, causing his body to undergo a tremendous transformation. Rumble. Energy surged, his bones collided, his muscles trembled, and his body emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. From the looks of it, I still need 3 more months to reach my limit. Just as well, during this time, I'll let the Void Splitter Divine Sword be nurtured as well. Zhou Tong separated a part of his fused divine power and wrapped it around his Void Splitter Divine Sword. Buzz, buzz! Instantly, the divine sword buzzed, and the blade trembled unceasingly. The mixed aura of earth, water, fire, and destruction was further eliminated by the fused divine power. The blade of the divine sword became sharper and sharper, and the power of the divine sword became more and more terrifying. Chapter 9:57. The Vita volcanoes were an excellent place to train in the elemental laws of fire, and the training environment here was excellent as well. One could often find people who trained in the elemental laws of fire to spar with and improve. After arriving here, Zhou Tong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to advance while training and sparring. He had already put away his original body, replacing it with his divine fire clone as he walked through the Vita volcanoes. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 25 years passed. Rumble. Zhou Tong punched out, and his entire fist seemed to explode with flames. In an instant, a high god was sent flying backwards, smashing heavily into a volcano. And then, with a boom sound, that high god charged out of the volcano as well, landing in front of Zhou Tong. His face was rather ugly to behold, and he said, "I lost. I didn't expect that you, a god, would be able to fuse 3 types of the elemental laws of fire. You have such courage and willpower to fuse profound mysteries while training at the same time. Aren't you afraid that before you reach the great perfection level, you will be killed by others? Life and death are determined by fate. If I am killed, it's just bad luck." Zhou Tong said leisurely. In the past 25 years, the profound mysteries of the fire body had already perfectly fused with the profound mysteries of explosion and the profound mysteries of the essence of fire. Right now, his elemental laws of fire were in the process of fusing a 4th type of profound mystery, the profound mysteries of combustion. To be defeated by someone like you, it's not an injustice. The high god looked admiringly at Zhou Tong. "I look forward to the day when your name will spread throughout the infernal realm. You've been here for so long." The core of the Vita volcanoes seems to be rather peculiar. Zhou Tong suddenly looked toward a nearby volcano. This volcano was completely different from the other volcanoes. It was actually a golden volcano, and there was no black smoke at the mouth of the volcano. The entire Vita volcanoes are named after the core of the Vita volcanoes. Don't you think that volcano is peculiar? The high god laughed. There are 18 volcanoes near the Vita volcanoes, and the insides of those volcanoes are filled with liquid golden flames. The space within the volcanoes is distorted. But at the center of the Vita volcano, we can't see what's inside. Even seven-star fiends would melt if they went near it. The high god shook his head. Most likely, only the legendary Azura would be able to enter. No one knows what's inside the crater, but it's said that there's some kind of treasure inside. However, no one has ever seen it, so who knows? He waved his hand helplessly. Legend? Zhou Tong was a little curious. What was there here? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately decided to go take a look. Seven-star fiends might not be able to take it, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to either. Soon, he arrived near the golden volcano. However, as soon as he arrived at the base of the volcano, his divine fire clone's body couldn't take it any longer. He immediately switched to his original body. The temperature of this volcano is a little too terrifying. Zhou Tong was also a little shocked. This was only the foot of the mountain, but it contained such a terrifying temperature. Let's continue climbing. I want to see how far this body of mine can climb. Zhou Tong's competitive spirit was aroused, and he immediately decided to continue climbing. The Vita volcano was the center of this group of volcanoes. The golden flames towered there, appearing quite extraordinary. In addition, the closer he got to the crater, the more terrifying the temperature became. Even the space near the crater began to distort and distort. But despite that, it still wasn't able to do anything to Zhou Tong's body. In the end, he stood at the top of the volcano and stared downwards. Instantly, he was shocked. Nothing at all. Zhou Tong was shocked. All he could see was pitch-black darkness like an abyss. That can't be right. This flame is so powerful that it's causing the entire space to be destroyed. Zhou Tong's heart stirred slightly, and he could vaguely sense that something was different. He stared blankly at the pitch-black void, and his mind was filled with the silent scene of destruction. The pitch-black and empty crater of the volcano shocked Zhou Tong's soul. Zhou Tong had been unable to grasp a part of the rules of destruction. At this moment, he felt as if a seed had broken out of its shell and sprouted in his mind. Perish in silence. Perish in silence. In the past 25 years at the Vita volcano, although he had been focusing on the rules of fire, he had also made progress in the rules of destruction. Previously, he had comprehended the three paths of destruction, annihilation, and destruction. However, he was stuck because he couldn't find the next step. But now, looking at the center of the Vita volcano, Zhou Tong found the possibility of further improving the rules of destruction. Although it was only the result of the rules of fire, every path had a common point. In particular, the common point was extremely clear to Zhou Tong, who was a soul mutation powerhouse. So that's how it is. So this is the next step in the rules of destruction. This path is destruction in silence. It can be called nirvanic destruction. Zhou Tong understood that this path was a path that had both material and soul attacks. Most importantly, this path's attacks were extremely subtle. My rules of destruction currently only have the four elements of destruction: destruction, annihilation, destruction, and nirvanic destruction. I'm still lacking a bit, Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he took one last look at the crater of the volcano. He was very clear that he definitely couldn't continue forward. Unless his body reached the level of a Master God artifact, there was no way he could get close to that place. Speaking of which, could this place be the residence or birthplace of some Master God? Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. In the four higher planes and the seven divine planes, there were many special places where Master Gods resided. For example, the Amethyst Mountains of the Infernal Realm's Redbud continent was the birthplace of the Redbud Master God. The Netherworld's Abyssal Mountain was the birthplace of the Chief Sovereign of Death and the Master God of Life. The Vita volcano was so strange and so dangerous. Could it be that it was also the birthplace of a Master God? Forget it. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come back and take a look. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong immediately retreated and walked down the volcano. He continued forward, cultivating as he hurried along. Now that he was prepared to leave, Zhou naturally wouldn't dawdle like before. Although he didn't use his metallic life form to fly forward, he was still advancing at high speed. This time, in a short 5 years, he had left the Vita volcano range. After leaving the volcano range, what appeared before him was a lush grassland. Zhou could clearly see that 1,000,000 kilometers away, there was a city. I'm finally going to enter the city. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou took out his metallic life form and flew towards the city. He had been in the infernal realm for several decades now. Every day, all he did was train. He still hadn't gone to the infernal realm to take a look. Chapter 958. After leaving the Vita volcano range, Zhou very smoothly flew towards the enormous city in front of him. This was an enormous city that was completely constructed from violet ore. The entire city emanated an ancient aura. Who knew how many tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of years it had existed here? This was the Violet Cloud City. It was an ordinary city within the Goldflame Prefecture of the Karasa continent. It was nearly 1,000 kilometers in circumference. After casually paying the entrance fee of an inkstone, Zhou very naturally walked into the Violet Cloud City. Walking through the wide streets, Linley stared at the large buildings around him. An ancient, beautiful aura washed over him. Every single building could be described as a work of sculpture. Even Zhou couldn't help but slow down his footsteps, slowly inspecting the buildings and sculptures. Every single building could be described as a work of art. All of the techniques have reached the pinnacle. Zhou knew a bit about art. As he walked, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The overall atmosphere of this world was completely different from that of the Shrouded Heaven world and the world of immortals. To Zhou, this world was filled with all sorts of exotic charm. He had already sensed this when he was in the Yulan continent, but the feeling he had in the Yulan continent wasn't nearly as strong as it was in the cities of the Infernal Realm. Every single city here had definitely been ordered to be built by the sovereigns. They had all expended countless amounts of manpower and resources, and the arts of the various races had all been fully displayed. The buildings in these cities were the true pinnacle of art in this entire world. Zhou strolled through the streets at a leisurely pace. Aside from admiring the architecture and art here, he was also inspecting the prices here. The prices here were terrifyingly high. Even the cheapest piece of clothing would cost hundreds of inkstones, while the most expensive clothing would cost tens of millions of inkstones. Of course, these clothes were all divine artifacts. Even the cheapest clothes were demigod artifacts. As for the most expensive clothes, they were high god artifacts made from precious materials. As he walked, Zhou saw all sorts of places in the Infernal Realm. Virtually everything that could be found in the material planes could be found here. Things that couldn't be found in the material planes could be found here as well. For example, in the Infernal Realm, there were true masters who had been specializing in this field for hundreds of millions of years. They had spent hundreds of millions of years researching precious recipes and some precious ingredients to brew wine, which could be sold at sky-high prices. For example, in some restaurants, many of the ingredients used were parts of saint-level magical beasts or even divine beasts. These delicacies and drinks were far superior to those of the material planes. Eating the delicacies prepared by the top masters of the Infernal Realm was simply an enjoyment. However, the price was rather high as well. Even an ordinary meal would cost over 100 inkstones. It must be understood that in the Infernal Realm, a single demigod spark could be sold for less than 100 inkstones. It was a place where the elites of the Infernal Realm enjoyed themselves, but the price was enough to scare off most people. TSK, these polar ice phoenixes and crimson fire dragons are really pitiful divine beasts. Because there are so many of them, some experts spend a lot of time abducting them from various major planes. Now, they have become a breeding industry. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It was also here that Zhou clearly realized that some of the larger numbers of divine beasts had already been artificially raised in batches. However, these divine beasts, because their innate divine abilities were too weak, It was hard for them to produce experts, and so they were bred. In fact, the innate divine abilities of these divine beasts weren't even comparable to the racial advantages of some of the other races. As he walked and looked, Zhou Tong quickly arrived at the most bustling and noisy part of the Violet Cloud City. There were 3 castles. On the left, there was an enormous castle that was completely formed from black sand. This castle was completely formed from black sand, and one could clearly see that the sand on top of the castle was flowing slowly. On the right, there was a castle that was completely formed from azure ore. At the top of the castle, there was a golden crescent moon insignia. In the Carol continent, the insignia of the sovereign army was the Golden Moon. The Carol continent's army was called the Golden Moon Army. The continent's name was derived from a very ancient language, but when translated into modern language, it meant Golden Moon. Thus, the sovereign of destruction in charge of the Carol continent was also known as the sovereign of the Golden Moon. In the center of the 3 castles was an enormous purple castle that was at least 100 meters tall. The purple was so purple that it was almost black. There was a huge carving on top of the castle. It was the face of a demon. The demon's face was blurry, but the single red eye between the demon's eyebrows was extremely eye-catching. Black Sand Castle, Golden Moon Castle, and Demon Castle, Zhou Tong said to himself as he looked at the 3 insignia. The Demon Castle had been created by the 7 sovereigns of hell. Every city had one. Of course, Zhou Tong knew that the ultimate manager of the Demon Castle was the sovereign of destruction. As for Golden Moon Castle, it had been created by the sovereign of the Carol continent. In fact, every continent had a corresponding sovereign that managed a castle. As for Black Sand Castle, it had been created by the Azuras of the Infernal Realm. Here, the highest level Azuras of the Infernal Realm would trade with each other. But of course, there were also some major transactions that took place here as well. Those who entered here were basically all trading with the Azuras of the Infernal Realm. Actually, the trading partners here were mostly clans and tribes. Let's go take a look at the Sovereign's Golden Moon Castle. Zhou Tong was the first to enter Golden Moon Castle. This castle was filled with a sea of people long ago, because this was a castle created by a sovereign with the sovereign signboard present. The quality of many things could be guaranteed, which was why there were so many people here. Zhou Tong entered the castle as well, taking a casual look around. The prices of many things here were roughly the same as in the original work. Demigod artifacts, 10 inkstones. God artifacts, 1,000 inkstones. High God artifacts, 1,000,000 inkstones. Demigod sparks, 100 inkstones. God sparks, 10,000 inkstones. High God sparks, 10 million inkstones. Amethysts, however, were much more expensive than in the original work. In the original work, amethysts were 10,000 inkstones per piece, but here they were 12,000 inkstones per piece. 20% more expensive, but it makes sense. This place isn't like the Redbud continent, where amethysts are abundant. Zhou Tong casually glanced around, but didn't make any purchases. This was because he had the vast majority of things in his interspatial ring. The things that weren't in his interspatial ring were things that Zhou Tong didn't need. But of course, there was one exception: amethysts and gold soul pearls. Zhou Tong would never have too many of these 2 things. This was because the upper limit of his soul was terrifyingly high. He would be able to digest hundreds of thousands of gold soul pearls in a short period of time. Gold soul pearls and amethysts. Buying them here isn't worth it. Zhou Tong strolled around, then left the castle empty-handed. Chapter 9:59. After leaving the Sovereign's Gold Moon Castle, Zhou Tong didn't think too much, directly entering the Black Sand Castle. The environment within the Black Sand Castle was clearly much gloomier because there were many shady transactions going on here. In truth, he had only come here to exchange the currency from the Divine Darkness plane for the currency of the Infernal Realm, and also to buy a batch of amethysts here. The currency of the Divine Darkness plane would most likely not be of much use to him for a long time, so there was no point in keeping it. As for amethysts, their effects were about the same as the golden soul pearls. Only, the vast majority of people refined amethysts very slowly, and there was a serious risk of energy dissipation. Thus, the price wasn't high. But to Zhou Tong, who had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, refining amethyst was no different from refining golden soul pearls. Thus, he didn't need to buy the golden soul pearls, which were 10 times more expensive. The atmosphere within the Black Sand Castle was much gloomier, and there were many people who had set up stalls in the main hall. But Zhou Tong wasn't interested in this. He went directly upstairs. The first floor of the Black Sand Castle was a place where people could freely set up stalls. The second, third, and fourth floors were where some major clans and major powers had set up their stalls. They were all individual rooms, and all sorts of goods were displayed within. Zhou Tong walked around, then found a rather large room. Generally speaking, this sort of large room was definitely the type of place where the power and influence was strong. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged high god. His appearance was rather cold, and he didn't smile much. You have written on the door that you can exchange for the currency of other planes. Do you accept the currency of the Divine Darkness plane? Zhou Tong asked directly. The currency of the Divine Darkness plane? The man was slightly startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Those who needed the currency of other planes were basically those who did business across planes, but these people rarely came here to exchange for currency. They had their own ways of doing business. An expert from another plane, he hid himself as a god, and even I didn't detect him. How terrifying! The man sized up Zhou Tong, and then he was somewhat shocked. My lord, according to the rules, we need to collect a fee. For those below 1 billion dark stones, we need to collect 20%. For those between 1 billion and 100 billion, we need to collect 10%. For those above 100 billion, we need to collect 5%. Sensing that the other party might be a hidden supreme expert, the man's attitude instantly changed. Probably 1 trillion. As Zhou Tong spoke, he took out an interspatial ring. 1 trillion dark stones were inside. 1 trillion. This person's eyes instantly lit up. This was a huge business deal. The commission alone was worth 500 trillion inkstones, which was equivalent to the combined wealth of 2 or 3 5-star fiends. That's too much. I'll need half a month to prepare. Sir, the man asked cautiously. I'm in a hurry. I don't have half a month to wait. I'll give you half a day at most. If you can't eat, I'll go find someone else. Zhou Tong glanced around and said, Yes. We promised to get it done in half a day. The man immediately patted his chest and promised. While you're at it, show me the purple crystals you have. I want 60 million of them. Hurry up. Zhou Tong continued. Amethysts in the castles of sovereigns would be worth at least 12,000 inkstones each. But within Black Sand Castle, if one bought enough amethysts, the price could still be maintained at 10,000 inkstones per amethyst. In fact, if one bought a bit more, the price could even be lowered to 9,000 inkstones per amethyst. 60 million amethysts would be enough to lower the price of amethyst to 90 million inkstones each. If one bought them here, it would be much cheaper than in Gold Moon Castle. Yes. However, please wait a moment, my lord. This is a huge business deal. We need some time to prepare. Since you're in a hurry, we'll have to contact the nearby shops and join forces. The man immediately steadied Zhou Tong, then sent a message to the people behind the shop. Soon, Zhou Tong sensed that the people behind the shop were flying at high speed towards the nearby shops. Most likely, they were here to discuss with them how they would join forces to buy his batch of goods. Zhou Tong didn't mind at all. He casually found a chair and sat down. The high god in charge of receiving, Zhou Tong, immediately poured tea for him, being very attentive. After waiting for roughly 2 hours, a high god walked out, respectfully handing an interspatial ring to Zhou Tong. My lord, the goods you requested have already been arranged. A total of 60 million amethysts and 410 billion inkstones. Please check. Zhou Tong accepted the interspatial ring, then swept it with his divine sense. The amount was correct. He nodded, then turned and left. After leaving Black Sand Castle, Zhou Tong went directly to the reception area of a clearly rather luxurious hotel not too far away from the Fiend Castle. Judging from the sign at the door, this was a hotel owned by the elves. Elves were a race that loved beauty, and so elven hotels, music, and other things were all high-end. This hotel was clearly no exception. "How much do you charge for lodging?" Zhou Tong looked at the tall, slender, pointy-eared elven maiden at the counter. "Here, we charge 30,000 inkstones per stay." The elven maiden was very courteous, and her manners were very proper. "As long as you stay for less than a year, it's a single stay, no matter how long it is." "Excuse me, would you like to stay?" the maiden asked with a hint of anticipation in her voice. "I'll stay once. Arrange a quiet little courtyard for me." Zhou Tong immediately paid. "All right, please come with me." The elven maiden immediately led Zhou Tong to the back of the hotel. After making many turns, they quickly arrived at an elegant little courtyard. She handed over a jade-like tablet to Zhou Tong, then said, "This is the number of the door." Zhou Tong accepted the tablet, then walked in. This little courtyard was a completely exquisite garden, and the elven arts and architecture were on full display. In particular, the environment of this little courtyard was extremely elegant, making one feel as though they were within nature itself. No wonder the price is 30,000 per year. This place really is worth that price. Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. This sort of meticulously constructed environment alone made one feel as though they were within nature itself. Even for a god-grade powerhouse, such an environment was considered a decent cultivation environment. But of course, those who walked the path of slaughter and destruction didn't count. This sort of environment is quite useful for the edicts of earth, water, wind, and life, but it's a bit weaker for the other laws. Still, it makes sense. According to the books, the elves are most skilled in these few laws and edicts. Zhou Tong said to himself. However, it's about time. I've already chosen a place to stay. Next, it's time for the fiend trials. Zhou Tong strolled around the little courtyard, then left, heading to the fiend castle to register for the trials. Chapter 960. After arriving at the fiend castle, Zhou Tong very naturally walked to the reception desk of the castle. "Are you participating in the fiend trials or issuing missions?" Next to the reception desk was a white-haired old man. That person glanced at Zhou Tong, his voice very calm. "I'm registering for the fiend trials. You should know the rules. To register for the fiend trials, you need to pay a registration fee of 10,000 inkstones." Zhou Tong nodded. With a flip of his hand, a long azurite strip appeared in his hand, which he handed to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man accepted the azurite strip, nodded, and then took out a seal with the image of a devilish cyclops fiend on it, handing it to Zhou Tong. "This is proof of your participation in the trials. Give me your address and record it down. I'll notify you on the day of the trials." The fiend trials weren't some sort of test. Rather, it was for the participants to take part in a low-level fiend mission. Those who completed the mission would naturally become fiends, while those who failed would naturally fail. If one was lucky enough, even the trashiest of demigods would be able to pass. If one was unlucky, even high gods might not be able to pass. In addition, because this was an actual mission, most people would choose to take part in a group fiend mission. However, this required some time. They needed to gather enough people before they could begin. Generally speaking, there would be a trial every month. If one was lucky, one would be able to leave tomorrow. If one was unlucky, one would have to wait another month. Zhou Tong naturally already knew the process of the fiend trials. He immediately left behind his address and left. After returning to the Elven Inn, Zhou Tong returned to his own little courtyard, sitting in the meditative position on the grass in the garden, quietly training. He had acquired so many amethysts. Naturally, he needed time to refine them. While waiting for the trials, he planned to spend all of his time refining the amethysts. With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong collected 100 amethysts into the crimson ring on his finger. Crackle. In virtually the blink of an eye, the 100 amethysts were completely transformed into slag, while at the same time, an enormous amount of golden mist began to swirl within the space within the ring. Instantly, Zhou Tong's soul began to feel a sense of hunger. For a long time, his soul had never reached the standard of saturation. The quality of his soul was too high. After training to become a mid-level deity and absorbing all 5 souls at the same time. If I were to go all out, I would be able to refine at least 10,000 purple crystals every day. Moreover, with my soul, these 60 million purple crystals are just enough for me to absorb and refine. Zhou Tong casually grabbed and tossed all 10 million purple crystals inside. The ring on his hand was a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, and the space within it was extremely vast. After Zhou Tong put in the 10 million purple crystals, it only took him half a day to completely refine the golden mist. I'll just leave it there and slowly absorb and refine it. Zhou Tong threw away the remaining dregs and then closed his eyes to cultivate quietly. It took Zhou Tong 30 years to cross the Vita volcano range. During the past 30 years, his fire element had naturally improved the fastest. He had already begun to fuse the 4th profound mystery of the laws. Next was the Edicts of Destruction. He was in the process of fusing the 4th Edict of Destruction as well. But in the past 30 years, his elemental laws of water and the laws of the earth had improved significantly as well. His throbbing pulse fusion of the laws of the earth had already reached the 8th level. After fusing a few more times, he would truly reach the level of mastery and reach the level of perfectly fusing 4 profound mysteries. Although his elemental laws of water had improved the slowest, it was slowly fusing the 4th profound mystery of the laws, the profound mysteries of the illusions of the fog. In the blink of an eye, 12 days passed. Bang, bang! A series of knocks on the door woke Zhou Tong from his cultivation. He opened the door, and outside was a golden-haired maiden. She asked, "Are you the one participating in the fiend trials?" Zhou Tong nodded. Then she continued to ask, "Please take out the fiend emblem and let me confirm your identity." With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong retrieved the fiend emblem. "Right, your identity is correct. Tomorrow morning, go gather at the eastern gates of the Violet Cloud City. There will be people from our fiend castle waiting for you there." The golden-haired maiden smiled. "By the way, I don't know what your trial mission is. You'll know once you arrive. Until then, everything will be kept secret. When you arrive at the city gates, all you need to do is show the fiend emblem. I wish you success in your trial." After saying this, the golden-haired maiden left. "I'm finally going to become a fiend. While I'm a fiend, I'll display the Edicts of Destruction." With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong retrieved his Voidbreaker sword and placed it back on his back. There were far too many profound mysteries he could display, but fiend missions were mostly for battle. Thus, the most suitable ones were still the Edicts of Destruction. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Zhou Tong headed towards the city gates. By the time he arrived at the city gates, he saw an enormous, pitch-black metallic life form with the emblem of the fiend castle on it. There were already quite a few people on the metallic life form. Zhou Tong flew towards the metallic life form. At the entrance to the metallic life form, there was a muscular, middle-aged man with a pair of ox horns on his head. He stared coldly at Zhou Tong. "You are also participating in the fiend trials? Please show the fiend emblem to confirm your identity." Zhou Tong produced the fiend emblem, and the man nodded. "Go in." After entering the metallic life form, someone said, "Those participating in the fiend trials enter the rear cabin. Official fiends enter the front cabin." There are official fiends participating in this mission? It seems they aren't simple. Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, immediately seeing that there were quite a few high god fiends participating in this mission. Upon entering the rear cabin, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. There really were quite a few people here. There were at least 300 people here, and there were still many who hadn't arrived yet. Zhou Tong casually found a window seat and sat down. This rear cabin looked just like the cabin of an airplane. It wasn't comfortable at all. Zhou Tong just sat there quietly, continuing to refine the amethyst. As time passed, the people participating in the trials all entered the rear cabin. This time, there were more than 3,000 people participating in the trials, the majority of whom were gods, with only a few high gods. Finally, after everyone had arrived, the metallic life form finally activated. It slashed through the skies, transforming into a pitch-black blur that instantly disappeared from the skies above Violet Cloud City. Right after the metallic life form activated, the people of the Fiend Castle finally arrived at the rear cabin. This was the Bullhorn Man who was at the door, checking in the tickets. Everyone, this time, there are 3,000 people participating in the Fiend Trials. The location of this trial is the Black Blood Plains, east of Violet Cloud City. The Bullhorn Man's voice was ice cold. The mission this time is to help the Tung Ning tribe seize the Blood Fiend Divine Iron Mine. As for the details of the mission, Irene, you explain. The Bullhorn Man moved aside, allowing a beautiful, blue-haired woman behind him to explain in detail the mission of the Fiend Trials. The blue-haired beauty walked forward and said, "The Tung Ning tribe and the Golden Blood tribe have always been mortal enemies, and this time, at the border between the two tribes, a Blood Fiend Divine Iron Mine has been discovered. Both tribes have hired a large number of fiends. Our side belongs to the Tung Ning tribe, while your mission is to defeat the fiends belonging to the Golden Blood tribe. But don't worry, your opponents aren't fiends, but rather, like you, participants of the trials. This time, whichever side wins will pass the trial." How cruel! Zhou Tong was rather speechless. Fiend missions really did result in conflicts. At this time, it would depend on each side's strength. Both tribes had hired fiends, and the result was that this had become a part of the Fiend Trials for the Fiend Castle. If it were an ordinary god, most likely the outcome of this battle would depend on the mood of those high god fiends carrying out the missions. Zhou Tong felt rather emotional. This sort of mission would most likely result in extremely high casualties. Of the 3,000 examinees of the Tung Ning tribe and the 3,000 examinees of the Golden Blood tribe, it would be pretty good if 200 of these 6,000 people could survive. By the way, because this time is a free-for-all, we'll be handing out badges early. As she spoke, the beautiful woman named Irene waved her hand, and a badge appeared next to each person. After you bind this badge, everyone on your side will be able to sense it. You'll know very clearly if you're on the same side. Chapter 961. After the members of the Fiend Castle announced the mission, the entire rear cabin was in an uproar. No one had imagined that this would be a mission like this. This was because this sort of mission was simply too difficult. If the High God Fiend on their side wasn't strong enough and lost, then what awaited them would definitely be the combined attacks of the enemy fiends, especially the combined attacks of High God Fiends. But if their High God Fiend was strong enough to instantly defeat the enemy, then their mission would immediately come to an end, and clearing the mission would be much easier. This mission will depend on the power of our high gods. A god seated next to Zhou Tong had an extremely ugly look on his face, and his body was trembling. Zhou Tong didn't mind. No matter how strong those high gods were, they wouldn't be a match for him. Even if he were to face these 3,000 people by himself, he would be able to wipe them all out. After fully training to become a god, his body had once more undergone a terrifying, all-around transformation. Even without using his fused divine power, his body alone was enough to kill most 7-star fiends. His body was now a bit more powerful than even the Azure Dragon Clan's patriarch, Gislason. But how powerful was Gislason's body? After Linley's body had transformed, by relying on his dragon form body, his punches were comparable to the material attacks of 6-star fiends. But even this sort of Linley, combined with the throbbing pulse of the world and the fusion of the profound mysteries of strength, was only slightly more powerful than Gislason's physical body. The metallic life form transformed into a pitch-black ray of light, piercing through the skies. But the rear cabin of the metallic life form was completely silent. Everyone could sense a powerful, oppressive aura. The metallic life form would need at least a month to fly to the mines, but this month passed in the blink of an eye as Zhou Tong quietly refined the amethyst and strengthened his soul. In the end, the metallic life form came to a halt 50 kilometers away from the Blood Fiend mine. The metallic life form opened, and all of the fiends participating in the mission and the examinees came out, standing on the plains. "This is the Black Blood Plains?" Zhou Tong frowned. The stench of blood in this place was too heavy. Who knew how many people had died here? The ground of the entire plain was so red that it was almost black. It was as if it had been dyed red by countless layers of blood. It was impossible to tell just how many gods had died in this area. Everyone was standing in the empty area outside the metallic life form. The leader was a crimson-haired fiend who was roughly 2 meters tall and had a single horn on his head. This was a 5-star fiend, and behind him were 13 high god fiends, all of whom were basically from 3-star fiends to 4-star fiends. Behind these fiends were the 2-star fiends who were gods. There were more than 50 of them. At the very end were the 3,000-plus gods participating in the trial. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that there was another team 100 kilometers away. It was the team of demons and the assessment team that belonged to the opposite tribe. However, both sides are relying on hired demons to determine victory and defeat. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhou Tong frowned, feeling that something was amiss. The people of both tribes couldn't see them. They could only see the demons and assessment teams hired by both sides. And the most important thing was that both sides had hired demons at the same time to take the assessment. There couldn't be some other deeper meaning behind this, right? God blood fiend metal. Can it be that this thing needs to be watered with the blood of gods in order to grow? And this earth, it can't be that this is how it became black blood, right? Zhou Tong couldn't help but begin to suspect. He suspected that this fiend trial was a trap set up by the two tribes. They had sent the fiends participating in the trial to their deaths, then used their divine blood to water the minds. In addition, there were simply too many people participating in this trial. Added together, the two sides had a total of 6,000 people. If half of them really died, that would be 3,000 gods or even high gods. No matter how one looked at it, this was an extraordinary number. But forget it. You won't have a chance to see my blood anyways. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He directly mixed into the group. If this side really was going to lose, then he would immediately intervene and forcefully take control of the battle. Everyone, I know very well that you have come to participate in the fiend trial. But no matter what, all of you must listen to my commands. All of you follow me. Right at this moment, the leader of the horned 5-star fiends spoke out. His voice, filled with a murderous intent, instantly rang out in everyone's minds. As soon as his words came out, the fiends all flew into the air, flying towards the battlefield. And then, the 3,000 gods who were participating in the fiend trial all flew into the air as well. Zhou Tong naturally blended in with this army, flying in the direction of the battlefield together. Not just Zhou Tong's side. The other side moved at the same time as well, with an army of 3,000 people hurrying over as well. This scene caused many people to wonder whether or not this battle had been set up by the two tribes and the Fiend Castle. In particular, many of the gods who had come to participate in the trial felt uneasy in their hearts. A distance of 100 kilometers to deities wasn't much, much less when both sides were flying at the same time. It was only a distance of 50 kilometers. A short while later, the two sides engaged in close combat. Kill! At the same time, the leaders of both sides gave the order. Instantly, the members of both sides bellowed, brandishing the weapons in their hands as they attacked. In virtually the same instant, crimson sword shadows, pitch-black saber flashes, icy blue arrows, all sorts of elemental laws and edicts began to attack. A large number of different colored material attacks and soul attacks came down like raindrops, covering the heavens and covering the earth. The attacks of both sides collided in midair, and many saber flashes and sword shadows, both real and illusory, collided against each other. In the blink of an eye, they all dissipated, but even more of them passed by each other in midair, flying towards the other side. Rumble! The air rumbled. Everyone on both sides wanted to dodge, but the attacks were too concentrated, and so were everyone. Instantly, more than 300 gods on both sides were struck. As for some of the gods with weaker defense, they immediately lost all signs of life, falling down from the skies. The battlefield really is a meat grinder. Zhou Tong couldn't help but be speechless. This sort of fiend trial was a test of luck. It definitely wasn't normal, and there definitely was a deeper meaning behind it. This sort of godly blood fiend metal definitely wasn't simple. But TSK, there are still people who pretend to be dead. Zhou Tong glanced at a god not far from him. He trained in the laws of darkness. Just now, none of the attacks had hit him, but he had pretended to be dead, hiding his aura and falling down from the skies. Kill. Continue to attack. But since they had already started fighting, they naturally didn't have the time to think too much about it. In fact, those leaders didn't give their subordinates any time to continue attacking. Soon, the second wave of attacks came, and all sorts of material attacks and soul attacks covered the skies. Chapter 962. Rumble. Wave after wave of attacks filled the skies. In just 5 waves of attacks, 2,000 of the 6,000 gods who had participated in the trial had perished. But after these 5 waves, the two sides were now truly engaged in close combat. There was no way they could continue to rain down attacks like before. Haha kill. The Horned 5-star fiend instantly charged forward, transforming into a ray of fiery light that pierced through the entire enemy formation, and then quickly found a high god fiend and began to engage in a fierce battle. The other high god fiends all found their own high god opponents and began to engage in battle as well. Right at this time, the gods participating in the trial began to engage in close combat as well. Rower. One giant elemental beast after another appeared out of nowhere, biting and tearing at each other in midair. The majority of these people were still using low-level elemental profound mysteries to attack. Rumble. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind accompanied by thunder swept across the battlefield, and some gods were instantly knocked flying. After all, amongst the gods participating in the trial, there were a few high gods mixed in. In this sort of battle, the high gods clearly held a great advantage. It is time for me to begin my slaughter as well. I've trained in the destruction Sword Dao for so many years. It is time for me to reveal my true power. Zhou Tong had already switched to his destruction clone. He was going to use this endless battle and slaughter as a whetstone to sharpen his sword and refine it into the sharpest of swords. Zhou Tong pulled out his void splitter, and a pitch-black sword shadow instantly slashed through the body of a nearby god. The incomparably sharp divine sword instantly chopped that person into 2 halves. Ah, big brother! Right at this time, 2 shouts rang out from nearby. The 2 opposing gods stared furiously at Zhou Tong, their eyes flashing with red light. I'm going to kill you. The 2 simultaneously charged towards Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong didn't say a word. His entire body was covered with pitch-black destruction-type divine power, and the void splitter in his hands seemed to emit wisps of black smoke. Destruction Sword Dao, first sword. Ever since Zhou Tong obtained the space-piercing god word from Barut, his law of destruction had always been used in conjunction with the god word. Therefore, his law of destruction could also be called the Destruction Sword Dao. Furthermore, Zhou Tong was too lazy to name his sword moves, so he simply named them with numbers. Previously, when he was a lower god, it was fine, but ever since he became a middle god, he began to truly organize his own Sword Dao. The first sword he created was called Sword 1, the second sword was called Sword 2, and so on. As for this move, Sword 1, there was nothing special about it other than its ferocious attack. Once the sword was slashed out, it was unstoppable. Clang! The pitch-black divine sword suddenly erupted, and a destructive black sword light instantly shot out from the divine sword, streaking across the bodies of the 2 people. The 2 of them stopped moving. Only a miserable scream could be heard as their bodies, which had been split in half, fell from the sky. After that sword strike, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed. This was because right next to him, a long spear had shot out like a venomous dragon, piercing towards Zhou Tong's head with lightning speed. It was so fast that an ordinary god wouldn't have been able to react in time. This was one of the most troublesome aspects of a chaotic battle. Once you face too many experts, you might die. But Zhou Tong was no ordinary god. With a flip of his hand, he chopped out with his sword. Rumble! The terrifying sword shadow caused space to tremble, and the sneak attacker couldn't even hold his spear steadily. With a flash of black light, the long spear and its owner were both chopped apart by Zhou Tong's sword. Kill! With this attack, Zhou Tong's killing intent exploded. He waved the divine sword in his hand, and destruction-type divine power rippled out. Rumble! The entire world trembled with his sword, and an invisible ripple of sword energy instantly spread out. The gods near him were affected by the ripple of sword energy, and their bodies instantly trembled. Destruction, Sword Dao, fourth sword. This sword attack was Zhou Tong's area of effect attack, and it was based on his own insights into the path of annihilation. This heavy sword attack was primarily a material attack, and when it struck out, it destroyed everything in its path. Bang! Very suddenly, the bodies of the 10+ gods who had been struck by the sword instantly exploded. Blood, flesh, and bones flew everywhere, and divine sparks and interspatial rings all fell to the side. The distant gods all turned ashen. They hadn't expected that a god would be so ferocious. Fools! In this sort of chaotic battle, the more conspicuous you are, the easier it is to die. A god who had been slacking off this entire time sneered coldly to himself. So you have more experts? Send a high god over. Kill him. An enemy high god fiend saw Zhou Tong's sword attack, and he immediately ordered the high gods on his side to attack. Kill. However, without waiting for those high gods to attack, Zhou Tong had already charged towards the battlefield of the high gods. Slaughtering these gods didn't give him any sense of accomplishment, nor would it help him improve his understanding of the edicts of destruction. Only by exchanging blows with high gods would he be able to truly fight and improve. He charged into the battlefield, then brandished his sword. Destruction, Sword Dao, sixth sword. Clang! A pitch-black sword shadow instantly slashed through the air, passing by the body of a high god. That high god's body was still in a charging, blade-wielding posture, but his body was cleaved in two, and he fell down from the sky. Fresh blood sprayed through the air. This was Zhou Tong's fastest sword attack, and even his opponents weren't able to react to it. This god, how is this possible? What a terrifying destruction, Sword Dao. Is he really a god? He can't be a high god who has concealed his aura, can he? This sword attack naturally shocked many people. This was the first high god that had fallen since the start of the battle, and the most terrifying thing was that he had been killed by a single blow from a god. TSK. A god actually has such a formidable destruction, Sword Dao. Could it be that from the very beginning, he has been consciously fusing the paths he has comprehended? The distant experts of the Fiend Castle naturally saw this clearly as well. No one knew better than them the power of Zhou Tong's sword attack. The edicts of destruction didn't have any orthodox, profound divisions. There were only paths, and this so-called path was different for every person. It was extremely personal. We will definitely win this battle. Seeing the might of Zhou Tong's sword, the Tung Ning tribe's morale soared. But on the other side, the morale of the Golden Blood tribe side was low, and some high god fiends were rather terrified. Kill. The battle continued, but the Tung Ning tribe side had already gained the upper hand. As for Zhou Tong, he was dominating the battlefield of high gods. Sword energy flew, sword light flashed, sword shadows crisscrossed. One high god corpses after another fell down from the skies like raindrops. Zhou Tong had slaughtered his way over. Even though he had only used the edicts of destruction, there weren't many high gods who were a match for him. Chapter 963. In the sky above the black blood plains, Zhou Tong stood proudly in the void alone. Behind him was a group of high gods and middle-level gods who were already in a daze. As for the ground, it was covered with corpses. The corpses of high gods and middle-level gods were everywhere. So powerful. He's a monster. Impossible. He definitely is a high god who has been hiding his power. What a terrifying destruction, Sword Dao. In this battle, he virtually wiped out the enemy by himself. Everyone stared in awe at Zhou Tong, who had put away the void splitter on his back. Even the horned 5-star fiend was no exception. If he is a high god who has been hiding his power, then he hasn't shown his full power yet. If he is a god, then his insights into the edicts of destruction have already reached the level of a 7-star fiend. The person in charge of this mission in the fiend castle couldn't help but feel his heart tremble slightly. This Khan was too powerful. Too powerful. This sort of person shouldn't have appeared in the fiend trials at all. He should have gone on a 6-star fiend mission or a 7-star fiend mission. At this moment, the Black Blood Plains were completely silent. But soon, the silence was broken. This mission, I passed. I passed. I passed. I survived. After recovering from their shock, many gods began to weep with joy. The curtains have been drawn on this trial. This should be the trial with the fewest casualties. The person in the fiend castle mused to himself. I wonder how long this sort of suicidal battle will continue for. Unfortunately, the information regarding the Blood Fiend medal has been sealed off by the higher-ups. There's no way to find out anything. Alas, generally speaking, every few centuries, the Fiend Castle would issue a mission like this. Each time, these two tribes would simultaneously issue a mission and request a decisive battle. After working in the Fiend Castle for a few thousand years, one would easily be able to figure out what was going on here. Blood Fiend metal was a type of top-grade material for creating divine artifacts. Its toughness was not inferior to that of ordinary high god artifacts. Once it was nurtured by a high god, it would easily become a top-grade high god artifact. Furthermore, this godly metal contained an extremely terrifying, baleful aura. Thus, godly artifact embryos made from godly metal were the favorite of many experts who cultivated the laws of destruction. Because of this, the price of this sort of godly metal was extremely high. A divine sword that hadn't even been nurtured by a high god could be sold for over 10 million inkstones. It was 10 times more expensive than a high god artifact. The pitch-black metallic life form quickly carried everyone away from the Black Blood Plains. After everyone from the Demon Castle left, the people from the two major tribes arrived at the same time. Unfortunately, this time, we were disturbed by that god. Not enough deities died. A blue-haired high god said coldly. I really want to kill that fellow. It's fine. In any case, we're not that far off. At most, we'll just lure another batch of deity experts over. Another bald man shook his head. Don't complicate matters. That god's battle prowess is too terrifying, and I suspect that his background is extremely deep. A mere medium god was able to withstand the soul attack of a high god. He definitely has a soul defense divine artifact on him. Don't tell me you don't know what that means. The bald man laughed softly. If we really offend some major figure, the Lord Prefect might not necessarily stand up for us. The metallic life form of the Demon Castle was now much smaller than before. After all, the majority of the people would forever remain in the Black Blood Plains. However, the number of people who passed this time far exceeded the Demon Castle's expectations. At least 300 gods passed the trial. At this moment, these 300 people were staring at Zhou Tong, their eyes filled with envy, respect, and gratitude. After all, Zhou Tong had saved them. However, Zhou Tong wasn't in the mood to chat with them. This battle could be said to be the only time Zhou Tong had engaged in a slaughter after entering the Vita volcano range. He naturally had a vague, hazy feeling towards the edicts of destruction, and so he had to seize every moment to train. A month passed very quickly, and the metallic life form smoothly arrived at Violet Cloud City. Immediately, the survivors of this mission all walked towards the Fiend Castle. Quite a few people had already gathered in the main hall on the first floor of the Demon Castle. The 300 survivors were all present. There were many of them. After waiting for a short moment, those who went to the Black Blood Plains to participate in the Fiend trial go to the second floor. Suddenly, a tall, slender beauty with long violet hair walked down from the second floor of the Demon Castle and spoke out. Instantly, the main hall on the first floor was filled with a clamor. Many people had excited looks on their faces. They were finally going to become fiends. What's there to be excited about? Zhou Tong shook his head, then headed directly to the second floor. But the interesting thing was, upon seeing Zhou Tong walk forward, the other people in the crowd immediately quieted down, allowing Zhou Tong to walk to the front. Interesting. An expert actually appeared amongst this group of gods. The violet-haired beauty who had made the announcement revealed a hint of a smile on her face. Clearly, this group of people were looking at Zhou Tong as though they were looking at an expert. In fact, quite a few high gods were looking at him in the same way. This was very terrifying. Soon, Zhou Tong entered the main hall on the second floor. This floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there were many small rooms. Zhou Tong was led into a black room by that violet-haired beauty. Within the black room, there was only a black-robed youth seated there. One by one, "Hand over your fiend seals to me," the black-robed youth said. This mission didn't have any mission items. Thus, all one had to do was stand here and complete the mission, and one would officially become a fiend. Zhou Tong was the first to hand over his fiend seal and began the process of becoming a fiend. "Name?" the black-robed youth asked. "Khan." Zhou Tong naturally reported his name in this world. "Rumble." After reporting his name, the black-robed youth immediately used his god realm, isolating the surrounding people. "I'm going to extract your spiritual aura." The black-robed youth took out a jade-green pearl, which he placed next to Zhou Tong. And then, at a visible speed, the jade-green pearl turned from jade-green to gray. In but a short period of time, the jade-green pearl had completely turned gray. "These are fiend medallions. One is for you to wear, while the other is for our fiend castle's secondary medallion. You have to bind them both with blood." The black-robed youth took out 2 medallions and handed them to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong immediately bound them with blood. "If one day this secondary medallion becomes a useless item, then we will know that you are dead." The black-robed youth took away the secondary medallion, then said, "According to the requirements, every single fiend has to wear this medallion on their chest." Zhou Tong obeyed, wearing the medallion on his chest. Only now did he truly become a fiend of the infernal realm. Chapter 964. After becoming an evil demon, Zhou Tong quickly returned to his residence. He had paid for a year's stay at the Elf Tribe's hotel and had only stayed there for 2.5 months. When he returned to his residence, he immediately sat cross-legged on the grass in the garden. A cool breeze blew, and the fragrance of the flowers and plants calmed his heart. The insights that he had accumulated during the slaughter were like a volcanic eruption, an earthquake, and a mountain shaking. All of a sudden, all of them surged into his heart, giving him a new understanding of the destruction rules of order. This feeling was like the spring breeze melting snow and turning it into a clear stream flowing through his heart. It was also like a gust of wind blowing away the clouds, making his mind suddenly clear. While he was comprehending, he subconsciously formed a sword with his fingers. Suddenly, sword shadows erupted from his fingertips, surging through the void, causing ripples to appear in the originally calm space. Although the space fluctuated, the sword was silent and did not make any sound. He did not use his original body's supreme physical body, nor did he use any divine power. He did not even use a divine weapon. He merely comprehended the destruction rules of order and transformed it into his destruction sword principle. Moreover, he concealed it slightly with his fingers, but it stirred up the entire void. This showed how terrifying this comprehension was. No, this feeling is not right. Zhou Tong's hands continuously moved in the void for several days, but in the end, he felt that something was not right. This sword was not what he wanted. Then, Zhou Tong fell into silence again. In this quiet environment, he further comprehended the destruction rules of order. He had been sitting there quietly for 3 whole months. The destruction rules of order did not necessarily mean that one had to kill or fight. There was also such a peaceful and quiet path. This was one of the paths that Zhou Tong had mastered, nirvana. After remaining silent for an entire 7 months, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes once more. At the same time, he moved. Without a sound, the sword finger in his hand pointed out in the air. There was no sound. The entire space seemed to have suddenly been annihilated, and a pitch-black hole appeared out of thin air. Through this hole, some raging and colorful spatial turbulence could be vaguely seen. In an instant, the spatial hole disappeared. It's finally done. My nirvana has finally merged completely with the previous paths. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with excitement and a smile. This sword shall be called Saber 9. As expected, hell is the best place to cultivate the power of destruction. Not only is the environment suitable, but the endless atmosphere of slaughter and battles here is also the best place to cultivate the power of destruction. With the perfect fusion of 4 Daos, Zhou Tong's strongest Daos were the laws of destruction. In fact, it even surpassed the laws of Earth by a large margin. However, after I transformed the law of destruction into the destruction sword Dao, it feels a bit like the 3 great sword techniques of Shrouding Skyworld. However, Zhou Tong thought of the 3 great sword techniques of Shrouding Skyworld again. If one were to describe it in terms of the worldview of the Coiling Dragon world, then among the 3 great sword techniques, the grass symbol sword technique was the strongest material attack, the immortal tribulation sword technique was the strongest soul attack, and the chaos calming art was a combination of material and soul attack. Although the chaos calming art used the spirit as a sword, this sword did not mainly attack the spirit. Instead, it could collide with ordinary divine swords. On the contrary, the immortal tribulation sword technique, which focused on slaughter and destruction sword essence, was more inclined towards soul attack in terms of the worldview of the Coiling Dragon world. In terms of the destruction sword Dao of this world, the principles were actually similar. Zhou Tong had comprehended the 4 paths of the law of destruction. Among them, destruction and annihilation were similar to the grass symbol sword technique. Collapse and nirvana were similar to the chaos calming art. The only path that he had not grasped was the immortal tribulation sword technique. However, it makes sense. In Shrouding Sky World, among the 3 great sword techniques, the one I comprehended the most is the grass symbol sword technique, followed by the chaos calming art, and lastly, the immortal tribulation sword technique. Zhou Tong shook his head helplessly. However, he had noticed that the flaws in his own laws of destruction might be able to be made up for by relying on the sword intent of the immortal tribulation sword technique, and even allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the laws of destruction of this world. The immortal tribulation sword technique. This thing is also a sword technique that focuses on slaughter and destruction. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong immediately rose to his feet and headed towards the Fiend Castle. He was going to the Fiend Castle to accept missions. The Fiend Castle accepted missions upstairs. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star missions were accepted on the 2nd floor. 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star Fiend missions were accepted on the 3rd floor. Zhou Tong had become a Fiend not long ago, and was the lowest level of 1-star Fiend. He was only able to accept 1-star and 2-star missions. Upon completing a 2-star mission, he would become a 2-star Fiend. On the 2nd floor of the Fiend Castle, there was an entire row of rooms for 1-star Fiends to accept missions. Zhou Tong casually walked into one of them. "Speak. What mission do you want to accept?" A middle-aged man, seated in the meditative position within the room, said coldly, "A 2-star combat mission. The sooner, the better. It would be best if I could leave within 3 days." Zhou Tong said. Since he had the heart to train in the Edicts of Destruction, Zhou Tong naturally wanted to accept combat missions, and many of them at that. To advance in battle, to gain insights in battle, to grow stronger in battle. Combat missions? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up slightly. There weren't many people who would voluntarily accept such missions, especially 1-star Fiends. This was even rarer. However, he didn't think too much about it. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then a scroll appeared in his hands. He flipped through it for a while, then found an area. He said, This is the only 2-star combat mission that can be set off within 3 days. Take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Zhou Tong. This was also a group combat mission, and the leader was a 5-star fiend. Actually, this was also a fiend castle trial mission. The leader was a 4-star fiend on a 4-star mission, and then there were many 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star missions mixing as well. This mission required them to attack a bandit group in Blackwind Gorge that was located 10 million kilometers outside of Violet Cloud City. One could foresee that the person who issued this mission had definitely been robbed by this group of bandits. This is it. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it, immediately accepting the mission. 2-star mission. Annihilate the bandits of Blackwind Gorge. Reward: 200,000 inkstones. Give me your fiend medallion. I'll help you register it. The middle-aged man took out a gemstone that glowed with violet light. He accepted Zhou Tong's fiend medallion, then used the gemstone to illuminate it. Instantly, a series of numbers appeared on the medallion. This was Zhou Tong's fiend serial number. Every single fiend had a different serial number, which was used to confirm the fiend's identity and star rating. After finishing the registration, the middle-aged man returned the fiend medallion to Zhou Tong, then said, "All right. In 2 days at dawn, go to the southern gate. Our fiend castle's people will receive you, and at that time, they will inspect your fiend medallion and confirm your identity." Chapter 965. In the air above Blackwind Gorge, Zhou Tong stood there coldly in the air, the Void Splitter sword in his hand slashing out. Destruction, Sword Dao, 9th sword. It was a light, floating sword that didn't cause any changes in the wind or elemental essence. It was as though this sword didn't exist at all, but in the air in front of him, an extremely thin black line appeared. Damn! The High God Bandit on the other side was filled with despair. Faced with this sword, he didn't have any ability to block it at all. Bang! The divine sword chopped down, and a pitch-black crack spread out from the tip of the sword to the High God Bandit's head. Instantly, the world fell silent. This High God was instantly chopped in two, and a rain of blood filled the air. Too powerful. This destruction sword Dao. Is he really a god? Is he really a 2-star fiend? Everyone stared in shock at Zhou Tong. This sword was simply too terrifying. It was even more powerful than many of the 5-star fiends they had seen before. Too weak. It won't be of any use to the growth of my edicts of destruction. Zhou Tong felt rather speechless as well. Mission complete, Zhou Tong said coldly, sweeping the other fiends with his icy gaze. At the same time, he controlled his god realm, collecting the interspatial rings and divine sparks of those deities. Yes, the others, both the fiends and the examinees, were all stupefied. All of the fiends were stupefied because as soon as the battle began, they saw Zhou Tong charge forward by himself, sword in hand. In one breath, he slaughtered almost all of the god-level bandits within the gorge, and then charged directly towards those 10 or so high god bandits. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. As for the examinees, they were all stunned. This was their fiend trial mission. Everyone had been prepared to die, but in the end, they had passed it just like that. Incredible. This fellow definitely isn't a god. He must be a peerless expert amongst high gods. Most likely, he has been in seclusion this entire time, and only now has he come out. Perhaps he wants to charge to the 7-star level at once. The distant Fiend Castle's people were stunned as well. Return. But then, with a loud shout, everyone returned to the metallic life form, to the Violet Cloud City, to the Fiend Castle. After turning in the mission and receiving the reward of 200,000 inkstones, Zhou Tong successfully advanced to become a 2-star fiend. And then, he once more went to the Fiend Castle to take on missions. This time, he went to rooms specifically for 2-star fiends to take on missions. 3-star combat mission. The sooner the better. Zhou Tong was too lazy to wait any longer. Please wait a moment. The bald man in charge of issuing missions looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. A mid-level deity dared to accept a 3-star combat mission. He was quite bold. What do you think of this mission? Baldy looked around, and passed the file to Zhou Tong. The mission reward for killing the leader of the Seven Joints Bug Tribe was 700,000 inkstones. The mission deposit was 200,000 inkstones. At the end of the quest, there was also a description of the general strength of the leader of the seven-segmented insect tribe. He was a high god who cultivated in the law of earth. This is it. Zhou Tong was too lazy to think too much and directly accepted the mission. The person who issued the mission lives in the Golden Phoenix Hotel next to the Fiend Castle. This is the token. You can go find him now. After the bald man registered the mission, he immediately gave Zhou Tong a talisman. This was the token left behind by the person who issued the mission. Not all missions required the people of the Fiend Castle to take them to complete. The vast majority of missions were actually just a token, allowing the Fiend to contact the person who issued the mission. Half a month later, the Seven Joints Bug Tribe. Clang! A pitch-black sword light swept downwards, and a 3-meter-tall, muscular man fell down from the skies. Zhou Tong put away his divine sword. The mission is complete. It's time to take on the next mission. After returning to the Violet Cloud City, completing the mission and successfully advancing to become a 3-star fiend, Zhou Tong immediately began to take on missions in the Violet Cloud City. After becoming a 3-star fiend, he had single-handedly annihilated Azure Snake Castle and thus successfully advanced to become a 4-star fiend. However, from the 4-star fiend level onwards, advancing in rank wasn't as simple as completing a single mission. This was because if one followed an expert, it would be very easy for one to fail. Thus, in order to prevent this from happening, the requirements for advancing in rank were much higher. To become a 5-star fiend, one had to complete a total of 3 5-star missions. But to become a 6-star fiend, one had to complete a total of 10 6-star missions. As for becoming a 7-star fiend, that was no longer an ordinary mission. 7-star fiend missions required many tests and were extremely difficult. There were all sorts of missions as well. For example, going to certain places where one would almost certainly die in order to find something, or killing a 7-star fiend, or treating some extremely difficult illnesses. It could be said that these missions were all extremely difficult. Even most 7-star fiends who had already advanced would have a high chance of failing. Without sufficient power, if one relied on luck, there was no way one would be able to complete these missions. In addition, virtually all of the people who issued these missions were other 7-star fiends, Azuras, or commander-level figures. Some missions were even issued by sovereigns. There were all sorts of strange missions, but Zhou Tong only cared about one type of mission, the combat missions. These sort of combat missions were extremely dangerous, but Zhou Tong didn't fear them at all. He very decisively accepted all sorts of combat missions. In the Jade Conch Mountains, he had killed the bandit Griffith, completing his first 5-star mission. Afterwards, he had helped the Golden Phoenix tribe defeat the Crimson Fire tribe, completing his second 5-star mission. Finally, he had single-handedly annihilated Sword Lake Castle, killing 192 high gods in a row, and thus successfully became a 5-star fiend. After becoming a 5-star fiend, he still didn't change his style. He continued to accept combat missions, but this time they were all 6-star missions, and the people he faced were all high gods. In addition, the Violet Cloud City didn't have that many combat missions for 6-star fiends. Thus, his path to advancement was clearly much slower. In the past, he had been able to complete 3 advancement missions in a year, but now he would need 5 or 6 years to complete a single one. However, during this period of time, Zhou Tong continued to accept some of the weaker 4-star and 5-star combat missions. During this period of time, everyone in the Violet Cloud City's Fiend Castle knew that a madman who trained in the Edicts of Destruction had appeared here. He specialized in combat missions, and his efficiency was extremely high. In addition, his soul was hidden to the limit, and he only revealed the aura of a god. Just think about it. How could someone with such terrifying power and combat power be a god? Thus, everyone believed that he was a supreme expert whose soul was hidden to the limit, such that no one could tell how powerful he was. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Zhou Tong finally became a 6-star fiend during this period of time. Ever since he had passed the Fiend trials, Zhou Tong had completed a total of 10 6-star missions, 109 5-star missions, 142 4-star missions, 15 3-star missions, and 1 2-star mission. During these missions, he had killed countless enemies. In fact, he himself couldn't even remember how many deities he had slain with his sword. Some missions only required him to kill 1 or 2, while others required him to slaughter hundreds. The number of deities who had died by his sword was at least 20 or 30,000. The edicts of destruction required this sort of slaughter to grow. During this period of time, Zhou Tong had improved tremendously as well. In particular, after he had changed his way of thinking and used the 3 major sword techniques of the Shrouded Heaven World as a guide, he had further deepened his understanding of the edicts of destruction. His rate of improvement in the edicts of destruction had become incomparably terrifying. In a short 50 years, he had already mastered the 5th path of the edicts of destruction, annihilation. In addition, he had already fused it into his original 4 elements of annihilation and was just 1 step away from perfection. Thus, Zhou Tong's weakness in soul attacks had finally been made up for. Chapter 966. Within the Elven Hotel near the Fiend Castle. In the past century, Zhou Tong had been living in this hotel. This hotel was extremely expensive. A single year was 30,000 inkstones, so 100 years was 3 million inkstones. However, in the past century, he had earned nearly 200 billion inkstones from the missions alone. 3 million inkstones was a small fortune. Fiend missions. 1-star missions had a reward of roughly 100,000 inkstones. 2-star missions had a reward of 100,000 to 500,000 inkstones. 3-star missions generally had a reward of 500,000 to 5 million inkstones. However, from 4-star onwards, the rewards increased dramatically. 4-star missions had a reward of 1 million to 50 million inkstones. 5-star missions had a reward of 50 million to 1 billion inkstones. 6-star missions had a reward of 1 billion to 10 billion inkstones. Zhou Tong's 10 extremely difficult 6-star missions alone had allowed him to earn nearly 100 billion inkstones. At this moment, Zhou Tong was quietly seated in the meditative position on the grass in his little courtyard. Oh, after so many years, I've finally truly gained insight into the profound mysteries of gravitational space. And I've also found a point of convergence with the other 4 profound mysteries. How rare! Zhou Tong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. In the past century, during the first 50 years, his laws of the earth had already completely fused 4 profound mysteries. The profound mysteries of the essence of the earth, the profound mysteries of vitality, the profound mysteries of strength, and the profound mysteries of the throbbing pulse of the world. But what came next was a bottleneck. In the end, he was stuck at world walking in gravitational space, unable to even gain a basic level of insight. Thus, there was nothing for it. In the next 50 years, Zhou Tong's divine earth clone had been researching how to fuse profound mysteries, how to fuse the throbbing pulse of the laws of the earth with the laws of destruction. And now, he had finally gained a sense of the 5th profound mystery of the laws of the earth. Gravitational space. However, my previous guess was correct. My innate supreme technique should be the result of the fusion of gravitational space, strength, and vitality. After truly beginning to gain insight into gravitational space, Zhou Tong had already understood what the final profound mystery his innate supreme technique lacked was. Take it slow. There will come a day when I'll completely fuse them. Zhou Tong secretly said to himself. Based on Zhou Tong's own estimations, within 500 years, the fusion of these 5 profound mysteries would reach its limit. Only the final bottleneck remained. Profound mysteries of the laws. As long as one had gained a basic understanding of them, and was compatible with other profound mysteries of the laws, it would be very easy to deduce them before reaching full mastery. Especially for people like Zhou Tong, it was incomparably fast. His soul's intrinsic quality was extremely powerful, 1,000 times that of an ordinary mid-god. Naturally, his deduction speed was also 1,000 times that of an ordinary mid-god. Moreover, he was someone who had experienced other worlds and had already comprehended many of the law's profound mysteries. Now, he was merely trying to comprehend them once more in a different environment. If it weren't for the barriers of law comprehension and large success, he would have been able to reach grand completion in 1,000 years. However, it's about time to walk around. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong decided to relax a little. The path of cultivation was always about tension and relaxation. Over the past 100 years, he had either been fighting or cultivating. He simply didn't have the time to experience the leisurely life in hell. Now, it was time for him to go out and have a look at the local customs of hell. Demon Castle. Lord Khan. Greetings, Lord Khan. Zhou Tong had just walked down from the Demon Castle, and instantly, one respectful gaze after another turned to look at him. My friend Khan, your soul has been hidden to such an extent. Ha! Right at this moment, a slightly magnetic voice rang out, and a violet-haired, silver-eyed man walked in from outside the Demon Castle, sighing in amazement. City Governor. Greetings, Lord City Governor. Following this voice, many people came to their senses and immediately bowed. Gudurance, you are here as well. Zhou Tong glanced at the violet-haired, silver-eyed man, revealing a hint of a smile. This person was the city governor of Violet Cloud City, a 7-star fiend, Fiend Violet Cloud. Fiend Violet Cloud was a fairly ancient 7-star fiend of the infernal realm. He was extremely skilled in the laws of water and lightning, and even this city was named after his fiend title. Gudurance was the name of Fiend Violet Cloud. However, not many people knew his real name, and even if they did, without sufficient power, they wouldn't dare to openly call him by his real name. In the past century, Zhou Tong's fame had risen. Naturally, he had attracted the attention of quite a few people, including the city governor of Violet Cloud City, Gudurance. I was just about to take a look. If you aren't busy, why don't you come and have a drink or two? Gudurance walked to a nearby table and invited Zhou Tong. The first floor of the Demon Castle actually functioned as a bar for fiends to drink and chat. Might as well. Zhou Tong gladly accepted the invitation. Give me 2 bottles of Blue Feeny. Put on my tab. Gudurance shouted towards the receptionist. And then, Gudurance looked at Zhou Tong and said, Just now I saw you come down from upstairs. You didn't accept a 7-star fiend mission, did you? Not really. It was a very simple 5-star guard mission. Zhou Tong shook his head. You've changed your personality? Why did you suddenly accept a guard mission? When are you leaving? Where is your destination? Gudurance was startled. In the past century, Zhou Tong had only accepted combat missions. Now, he was suddenly accepting a guard mission. I'm leaving in 8 days. My destination is the Star Mist Sea. I've been fighting here for a century. There's no point in continuing to fight for a while. I might as well go take a look around. Perhaps I'll make some breakthroughs. Zhou Tong laughed as he poured himself a cup of wine, clinking it against Gudurance, then drained it. You've reached a bottleneck as well. Gudurance sighed. Alas, bottlenecks, alas, I've been stuck here for billions of years. I've never been able to find a way to fuse my 5th profound mystery with the other profound mysteries. I don't know when I'll break through. Why are you in such a rush? You're the governor of a city. As long as you don't offend anyone too powerful, you can stay here forever. One day, you'll break through. Zhou Tong said leisurely. After 100 years of cultivation, Zhou Tong's law of destruction had indeed reached a bottleneck. Although he had already comprehended annihilation, his fusion with the other 4 annihilations had reached the final bottleneck. At the same time, he didn't have any new insights, so he was unable to break through to the next realm. That's not something someone like you would say. Gudurance laughed. Zhou Tong laughed, then changed the topic, saying, Speaking of which, I'm about to leave this place. You've collected information on those super experts, such as Azuras and Purgatory Commanders, as well as those rare cultivation notes. I'll pay for a copy. Ha! Those things, if you want, I'll go back and organize them. Then, I'll send a copy to you. Gudurance laughed. In the past, he had bragged to Zhou Tong about his collection. It was a collection of books he had collected in hell for billions of years. It even included the understanding of the various profound mysteries of the laws of super experts. Many of them were unique copies that couldn't be seen in the outside world. In the past, Zhou Tong didn't care too much about it. But now that he had accepted this escort mission, he might as well read some books on the way to pass the time. Perhaps he might be able to see the possibility of improvement from those unique copies. Many thanks. Zhou Tong thanked him, then continued drinking and chatting. The two chatted about the many things Guderinc's had seen and heard over the countless years, as well as the great battles he had witnessed. They also talked about the changes in hell over the countless years. The two drank and chatted, and only left when it was almost time for curfew. On the morning of the 8th day, Zhou Tong bid farewell to the Elven and he had stayed in for over 100 years. He checked out and headed out of the city. Chapter 967. A 5-star mission. From the Goldflame Prefecture's Violet Cloud City in the continent of Karasa to the Thundercloud Prefecture's Godwing City in the Starmist Sea, a distance of 18 billion kilometers. The reward was 870 million inkstones. This was an extremely long journey. Even if one rode on the highest level of metallic life form, it would still take 70 or 80 years to cover the distance. 70 or 80 years of escorting for a reward of 870 million inkstones. To 4-star fiends, or 5-star fiends, this was already a very high reward, because this sort of escort mission was far less dangerous than the combat missions Zhou Tong had taken on. To be able to safely take the money was more important than anything else. But to a 6-star fiend like Zhou Tong, it was a bit too little. Still, Zhou Tong didn't really care about these inkstones. The bottle of Sovereign's Might he had acquired from the necropolis of the gods alone was worth countless inkstones. Walking out of the Violet Cloud City, he saw that there was already an extremely high-level golden dragon-shaped metallic life form outside the city. Zhou Tong glanced at the insignia on the metallic life form, then immediately walked over. Below the metallic life form, an azure-haired youth, upon seeing the fiend medallion on Zhou Tong's chest, immediately walked over and asked in a low voice, "May I ask if you have accepted an escort mission to head to Godwing City in the Starmist Sea? Do you have a token?" "Right?" Zhou Tong nodded, while at the same time, with a flip of his hand, he produced an azure-colored jade. Seeing this jade, the azure-haired youth immediately smiled and nodded. "My lord, please come inside. Please wait atop the metallic life form for a while. Once everyone is present, we will immediately depart." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, indicating for Zhou Tong to board the golden dragon-shaped metallic life form behind him. By the time Zhou Tong arrived beneath the metallic life form, a black-robed man was already waiting for him. He was a member of the Fiend Castle. Zhou Tong had seen him countless times over the past century. Aside from the black-robed man, there were 10 or so fiends who were being inspected as well. "So, Lord Khan, you have accepted this mission as well?" The black-robed man stared in surprise at Zhou Tong, who was walking over. "Let's walk around," Zhou Tong said casually. "Sir, please forgive us. This is the procedure of our Fiend Castle. We must check your metal to confirm your identity." The black-robed man held a crystal that emitted a purple light. "Go ahead." Zhou Tong nodded. There was no need to make things difficult for people who were doing routine checks. Immediately, he placed the purple glowing crystal near Zhou Tong's chest. The purple light shone on the devil metal, and a serial number and star rank appeared on the devil metal. The black-robed man had a book in his hand, and the serial numbers of the demons participating in the mission were written on it. Soon, the black-robed man confirmed Zhou Tong's identity. "My lord, please enter." The black-robed man very politely invited Zhou Tong into the metallic life form. This metallic life form was rather large. In the center was a large hall, and behind the hall were various rooms. After Zhou Tong entered, there were already more than 30 high god fiends here, enjoying good food and wine. "Lord Khan." "Ah, Lord Khan, you accepted this mission as well?" After Zhou Tong entered, a small half of the fiends rose to welcome him, all of them extremely respectful. Zhou Tong nodded towards them, then casually found a quiet corner and ordered some wine, and then took out an extremely thick book from his interspatial ring, carefully reading it. This was a book regarding the cultivation of the Edicts of Destruction, written by a 7-star fiend 10 million years ago. This was a version that was rarely seen on the market. The Violet Cloud's city governor, Guterance, immediately made a copy and gave it to Zhou Tong. "Who is this Khan? A god, but you call him Lord?" Just as Zhou Tong was reading, some of the nearby fiends who didn't recognize Zhou Tong began to ask him in a low voice. "You came from Pilsun Prefecture, so of course you don't know. Lord Khan is a 6-star fiend, one of the top experts of our Violet Cloud city. In the past century, at least 5,000 high gods have fallen by his hands, including some 5-star fiends and even 6-star fiends." A high god fiend bragged. Someone nearby spoke out as well. "Lord Khan has been hiding his aura this entire time. Even the governor of our Violet Cloud city, a 7-star fiend, isn't able to see through him. With Lord Khan on this mission, I imagine there won't be any danger on the way. Right? Even our governor, Lord Violet Cloud, said that Lord Khan's true power is most likely not beneath his own." All of the fiends were flattering Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, while reading, heard a few words as well. He didn't care about these flattering words at all, only a few other things. They came from Pilsun Prefecture, just to replenish their fiends in Violet Cloud City? Then that means they already lost a large number of people on their way here. It seems this trip won't be a smooth one. No wonder the price is so high. So there aren't many fiends who are alive to take the money. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. However, to me, it doesn't matter. It's not good for the trip to be too peaceful. A bit of excitement isn't bad either. Zhou Tong didn't care. No matter who the opponent was, as long as it wasn't the great perfection, he wasn't afraid. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 30 more fiends boarded the metallic life form. Finally, the blue-haired youth boarded the metallic life form as well. He said, "A total of 54 fiends. Since everyone is here, we can head out now." As he spoke, the metallic life form quickly activated, and with a swish, it disappeared into the horizons, leaving Clear Lake City and heading towards Godwing City of the Thundercloud Manor in the Starmist Sea. The metallic life form advanced at high speed, but the insides of the metallic life form didn't shake at all. Right now, all of the fiends were within the main hall of the metallic life form. At this moment, the blue-haired youth spoke out with a laugh. "Everyone, I am the person who issued this mission, Middleton. For this mission, we've specially hired a professional chef. If there's anything you want to eat, you can tell them." As he spoke, Middleton pointed at the 4 middle-aged men next to him. "Behind the main hall is your living quarters. There are a total of 54 rooms. In principle, each person will have 1 room. If you wish to live together, you can instruct the metallic life form to combine your rooms." The youth casually explained the mission as well as the situation regarding the metallic life form. Afterwards, the fiends all dispersed, each choosing a room. Zhou Tong was naturally no exception. He picked up a bottle of wine from the bar in the main hall, casually sitting by the window in his room. As he drank, he enjoyed the scenery outside, occasionally flipping through the pages of the book in his hand. In the infernal realm, most likely, there aren't many fiends who can live as peacefully as me. Zhou Tong looked at the large swathes of saints fighting outside. He couldn't help but flip through the book in his hand. But as soon as he did, he let out a cry of surprise. This should be the final piece missing from my laws of destruction. Chapter 968. The metallic lifeform's journey was very quiet. Zhou Tong spent the majority of his time in a meditative state. Although the distance between the Violet Cloud City and the Thundercloud Manor's Godwing City was 18 billion kilometers, that was just in a straight line. The metallic life form couldn't possibly travel in a straight line because it had to avoid some clearly extremely dangerous areas, as well as some areas that had clearly been set up by supreme experts. On this journey, Zhou had seen quite a few dangerous areas of the infernal realm in the Carol continent alone, such as the Lightning Pool or the Death Sea. The Lightning Pool was a basin within the Carol continent that was filled with wild thunder year-round. Not even seven-star fiends could leave once they entered. The Death Sea was a vast, deathly still lake. Upon entering, one's soul would slowly weaken. Life within the metallic life form was very peaceful. Although on the way, they encountered countless bandits who didn't know what they were doing, generally speaking. As long as a few high god fiends appeared, those bandits would immediately be terrified and fleeing in every direction. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. This journey was as steady as it could be. In fact, even Zhou began to wonder if he had guessed incorrectly. This entire journey had been completely uneventful. He hadn't even had a chance to make an appearance. It shouldn't be that they were frightened by my name, right? Zhou was rather puzzled as well. He wasn't very famous in the infernal realm. He was only very famous in the Violet Cloud City. In the Gold Flame Prefecture, he was only somewhat famous. In the entire infernal realm, he was a nobody. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. By now, the metallic life form had finally left the Carol continent and arrived at the Starmist Sea. The Redbud continent, the Carol continent, the Jadeflow continent, the Bloodridge continent, and the Muja continent of the infernal realm formed an enormous circle, and within this circle was the inner sea of the infernal realm, the Starmist Sea. Although this was an inner sea, in terms of size, the other continents couldn't compare to the Starmist Sea at all. Even the largest continent, the Redbud continent, was far smaller than the Starmist Sea. Rumble. Above the Starmist Sea, a faint violet light rippled. This Starmist Sea, even at its calmest, was filled with roiling waves. Wisps of silk-like mist rose from the surface of the water. All of this, combined with the light purple seawater, could not help but make people feel relaxed and happy. Some of the demons on the metallic life form who had never seen the Starmist Sea before came to the window, carefully admiring the scenery they had never seen before. Zhou was no exception. And this time, the initiator of the mission was also very enthusiastic about making the upper half of the metallic life form transparent, making it easier for everyone to see the scenery. However, this feeling of novelty only lasted for a few days. After looking at the sea for a long time, it became just like that. Soon, everyone returned to their normal state, cultivating, enjoying good food, drinking wine, or chatting in groups of 3 to 5 demons. They had been sailing on the sea for 17 years, but nothing had happened. Except for a riot in the stellar foggy sea, they hadn't encountered any other crisis. The fog in the stellar fog sea was very special. It could absorb the lightning energy between heaven and earth. When the energy was absorbed to a certain extent, the entire stellar fog sea would riot, and there would be large-scale discharge. This was the stellar fog sea riot. The power of this sort of lightning was so great that even ordinary 5-star fiends wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. After 17 years, Zhou finally once more walked out of his room, a look of joy on his face. During this period of time, his 6th path of the Edicts of Destruction had finally begun to take a proper path. There's no mistake. I've already found 2 points of convergence. As long as I can master the final path, illusory annihilation, my Edicts of Destruction will be at the high god level. Zhou was overjoyed. The Edicts of Destruction were different for each person, and so they had different branches. Zhou himself had divided the Edicts of Destruction into the 6 annihilations. Annihilation, 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 and illusory annihilation. Others might have combined a portion of annihilation and annihilation together, forming a path that belonged to them. But since Zhou had divided the 6 annihilations, he naturally would advance according to the 6 annihilations. To him, the 6 annihilations were like the various profound mysteries of the elemental laws. They could be fused together. By now, Zhou had only fused annihilation, 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 and annihilation. Although he had mastered annihilation, he was only slowly fusing it with the other 4 annihilations. Now, this final path of illusory annihilation could be said to have found a point of convergence with annihilation and annihilation. Since I've found 2 points of convergence, fusing them will be quick. In addition, there's no need to wait so long. I can't be bothered to continue fusing them. I'll first train to become a high god. Zhou Tong paused for a moment. Zhou Tong immediately decided to first master this final path. As for fusing them together, he had already found 2 points of convergence. Given these points of convergence, one day he would be able to completely fuse them together. For now, he wasn't in a rush. Perhaps during his training, he would be able to find 1 or 2 more points of convergence. In fact, after becoming a high god, his soul would transform once more, and his training speed would increase dramatically. To Zhou Tong, so long as he became a high god, that would be a true transformation, a transformation between the heavens and the earth. Because he was a soul mutate, once he became a high god, his soul would transform once more, and he would definitely be able to give birth to his will. By then, it would be no problem for him to pass himself off as a great perfection. Lord Khan, you have concluded your training? Suddenly, someone saw Zhou Tong and immediately called out to him. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. You've worked hard during this period of time. During this mission, Zhou Tong hadn't fought a single time. Even the scaring of the bandits had been done by the other high god fiends. Zhou Tong had just stayed here to train, read, and enjoy life. Haha, with you, my lord, present, there's no way we'll encounter any true danger. A high god fiend laughed loudly. Not necessarily. Zhou Tong's gaze suddenly turned, and he looked outside the metallic life form. Rumble. Just as Zhou Tong turned his head, he saw countless figures fly out from the violet waters of the Starmist Sea, while at the same time, an enormous earthen yellow bear appeared out of nowhere. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its mountain-like paws slammed down towards the metallic life form. How dare you? The high god fiend who had spoken earlier roared. Previously, he had bragged in front of Zhou Tong that no bandits had dared to come, but as soon as his words came out, the metallic life form had been attacked. This was a slap to the face. Enraged, he flipped his hand. Rohair. A 1,000-meter-long azure flood dragon appeared out of nowhere. Its snake-like body coiled around the giant earthen yellow bear, and then with a powerful twist, it instantly ground the giant bear into pieces. In truth, the reason they were playing with elemental creatures was to force the metallic life form to come to a halt. Chapter 969. Rumble. The elemental life form's attack had been dealt with, but the attacks of the people outside had yet to cease. Rumble. The metallic life form shuddered, and soon the enormous metallic life form disappeared. In order to avoid losing a top-grade metallic life form, the initiator of this mission, Middleton, immediately put away the metallic life form. At this moment, everyone appeared out of nowhere in the air above the Starmist Sea. However, as soon as they appeared, their faces changed slightly. They saw that in every direction, there was a dense cluster of deities hovering in the air. At a cursory glance, there were at least 300 of them. For a moment, everyone was so terrified that their faces changed, because these weren't ordinary bandits. These deities were all high gods. Even the largest bandit group wouldn't be able to have so many high gods. You are Israel. It's actually you. Didn't you join the Lord Prefect of Starry Manor? The initiator of this mission, Middleton, suddenly looked at the person standing at the very front. His face instantly turned ashen. This was a silver-haired youth. The most striking thing about him was that his eyes were completely jade green. They were extremely attractive. Israel? Is it really that Israel? A fiend standing not too far away from Zhou Tong was completely ashen, and his entire body was trembling. Who is this Israel? Zhou Tong asked. He didn't recognize this Israel. Haha, Israel, I didn't expect there to be people who don't recognize your famous name. Right at this moment, not too far away from Israel, a black-haired, muscular man with a black scythe on his back suddenly laughed loudly. Horus, isn't your famous name even more unrecognizable?" A third person next to him laughed. This was a woman with long, blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. Although she was laughing, her entire body emanated a murderous aura that filled the heavens. Within her eyes, mountains of corpses and seas of blood could be seen. "Enough, Della. Let's finish the mission the Lord Prefect gave us first." Israel, who had been recognized at the beginning, said coldly, "Ah, Israel, Horus, Della. They are all 7-star fiends whose names shook the infernal realm 100,000 years ago." The high god fiend Jotong had questioned earlier said in a trembling voice, "3 mighty 7-star fiends." A hint of surprise appeared in Jotong's eyes as well. Israel, known as the Jade-Eyed Fiend, trains in the elemental laws of the wind. Horus, a 7-star fiend whose methods are exceedingly cruel. Anyone who falls into his hands will suffer a fate worse than death. He trains in the edicts of death and is known as the Death Soul Fiend. Della, who trains in the edicts of destruction, is known as the Bloodwing Fiend. The high god was trembling as he explained to Jotong. The high god fiends of the infernal realm, especially those high god fiends capable of carrying out 5-star fiend missions, had mostly lived for hundreds of thousands of years. These high god fiends were very experienced and knowledgeable, and knew the names of many famous fiends. Jade-Eyed Fiend, Dead Soul Fiend, Bloodwing Fiend. Jotong swept the 3 fiends with his gaze, then looked towards the 100-plus high gods they had brought. These high gods aren't simple either. They aren't high gods who fused with divine sparks. They are high gods who trained on their own. In the Fiend Castle, there would all be at least 4-star fiends. This sort of squad shouldn't be here for money. They should be here for revenge, or perhaps they have some sort of treasure on them. Jotong said to himself, "Since you've already recognized us, then hand it over." The Jade-Eyed Fiend, Israel, stared at Middleton, then said coldly, "This is something our Lord Prefect wants. You don't want to offend our Lord Prefect, do you? In addition, you should know who is behind our Lord Prefect." Middleton's face was rather ugly to behold, but at the same time, he was somewhat shaken. In particular, the words behind the Lord Prefect stung him, causing him to feel even more terrified. "You're shaken so easily? It seems this mission is about to come to an end." Jotong looked at Middleton as well, secretly shaking his head, somewhat speechless. However, he had also noticed that the Jade-Eyed Fiend had mentioned behind the Lord Prefect. Logically speaking, the Lord Prefects of the 108 Infernal Realm should be the most powerful, but it seemed as though there was someone else behind them. "I know, you want to give this to the Lord Prefect of Thundercloud Manor, but I don't think you want to lose your life for it." Israel, seeing the look on Middleton's face, immediately began to laugh. "Fine, I'll give it to you, but how can you guarantee that you'll let us go?" Middleton took out an interspatial ring and held it in his hand. "If you can't guarantee it, I'll shatter it right now. I can sign an overgod contract with you." Israel didn't want to destroy the interspatial ring either, so he immediately said this. After a series of actions, Middleton immediately removed the ownership of the interspatial ring, then tossed it to Israel. "Can you let us go now?" "Of course I can." Israel was just about to let them go, when suddenly a pitch-black sword light chopped him in half. With a miserable scream, Israel instantly fell down from the skies. His divine spark and interspatial ring were all taken into Jotong's god realm. Israel, the nearby Dead Soul Fiend, and Bloodwing Fiend both called out in shock. Their hearts were trembling. That sword attack just now had been too terrifying, and it had been soundless, without any ripples at all. They knew very well that if such a sudden attack had been launched against them, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. "It's you, this god." The Dead Soul Fiend's voice was trembling. Because he trained in the edicts of death and was extremely skilled in the soul, even he hadn't been able to tell that this person was hiding his aura. Given the terrifying material attack of that sword attack, this sort of pressure was simply unprecedented. "I didn't expect that within the squad you hired, there would be such a hidden expert." The Bloodwing Fiend's voice was rather solemn as well. "Khan, it's Lord Khan." Not only were the enemies stunned by this turn of events, Even the fiends on their side were stunned. Although on the way here, many fiends had been bragging about him, he was still a 6-star fiend. They had expected that even if he was powerful, he wouldn't be too monstrously powerful. But now, he had killed a 7-star fiend with a single sword attack. This sort of combat power had already surpassed their imaginations. "Who are you exactly?" the Bloodwing fiend said solemnly. "Do you know that we are members of the Starring Manor? Do you want to become enemies with our Lord Prefect?" Lord Prefect Lyman of the Starring Manor? As I recall, his name isn't mentioned in the Great Perfection or the suspected Great Perfection of the Infernal Realm. Zhou Tong said calmly. Great Perfection? The two 7-star fiends were both stunned. To them, even Lord Prefect Azura was an unreachable figure. The Great Perfection was an unimaginable existence. Chapter 970. Do you know who stands behind our Lord Prefect? The Bloodwing fiend once more threatened. Behind the Lord Prefect? What? An Azura from the Infernal Realm isn't enough? You want another backer? Zhou Tong laughed softly. At the same time, he took out the interspatial ring from earlier and tossed it up and down. Behind the Lord Prefect? Are you trying to say that the Great Perfection or a sovereign are backing him? If a sovereign wants this, then all he needs to do is give the order, and I'll immediately hand it over. If a Great Perfection wants it, then you'd best ask him to come find me in person, Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. Do you have a sovereign's order on you? Zhou Tong laughed as he looked at them. The Bloodwing fiend and the others instantly froze. They didn't say anything. The Lord Prefect of Starring Manor did indeed have a sovereign behind him, and it was the sovereign of the Carol Continent, Gold Moon, because the Lord Prefect of Starring Manor was the son of this sovereign. However, sovereigns never paid any attention to the battles between deities. When they spoke, it was just a routine threat. They didn't expect that someone would actually take them seriously and ask them a hand over a sovereign's order. Normally, it was fine for them to use a sovereign's name to threaten others. But even if they were 10,000 times more daring, they wouldn't dare to falsify a sovereign's order. So you don't have a sovereign's order. It's just that Lyman ordered you to come. Zhou Tong's voice slowly grew cold. If that's the case, then you had best follow the green-eyed fiend. Clang! A pitch-black sword shadow instantly exploded out from Zhou Tong's hand. The ripples generated by the sword shadow alone caused space to tremble, and one crack after another appeared. Not good. The two 7-star fiends secretly knew that things weren't looking good. Earlier, Zhou Tong's sneak attack on the green-eyed fiend had terrified the two of them. They had been on guard this entire time, and so they instantly reacted. The Bloodwing fiend, who was closest, also took out a blood-red divine sword, chopping down against Zhou Tong's sword. Rumble. When the two swords clashed, cracks immediately appeared at the point of collision. The terrifying cracks wantonly expanded outwards. But in the next moment, the Bloodwing demon's body was sent flying. She was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Zhou Tong's sword. Especially in the process of her retreat, waves of ripples appeared in the space. What a terrifying material attack. And that divine sword in his hand. Could that be the legendary Beirut's God's Park weapon? The Bloodwing demon was shocked. God Park weapons were weapons that only Beirut could refine. They had always been priceless, but now she had seen one. Damn it, if it weren't for the God Park weapon, I wouldn't have been suppressed by you. The Bloodwing fiend was incomparably jealous. This sort of terrifying divine sword was close to a sovereign artifact. She also cultivated the law of destruction and walked the path of Sword Dao. Because their paths were extremely similar, she was very clearly aware that even though the profundities of this sword strike were slightly stronger than hers, it was still at the level of someone who had fused 4 types of profound mysteries of the laws, and it was absolutely impossible for it to display such a crushing might. It was because the opponent's weapon was simply too superior. In just a single clash, even the High God artifact she had nurtured for so many years had a giant hole in it. This divine sword was virtually destroyed. Rumble, however, in the instant that Zhou Tong and the Bloodwing fiend clashed, the Death Soul fiend's attack came as well. The black scythe in his hands trembled, and instantly, an illusory scythe appeared out of nowhere, chopping towards Zhou Tong. This was his most powerful soul attack. But Zhou Tong didn't react at all to this attack, treating it as though it didn't exist at all. The pitch-black scythe charged into Zhou Tong's sea of consciousness, then immediately chopped against Zhou Tong's soul-protecting sovereign artifact, causing it to collapse. Seeing this, the Death Soul Fiend's face changed wildly. He took on my most powerful soul attack, but didn't react at all? How is it possible that his soul defense is this powerful? Even the Lord Prefect doesn't have such a terrifying soul defense. So my destruction clone is only capable of suppressing a 7-star fiend. After a brief clash, Zhou Tong let out a soft sigh, but what came next was a desire to do battle. In terms of the profound mysteries of the laws, his destruction, Sword Dao, was just a bit more powerful than the Bloodwing Fiends. But his destruction clone was only a god, after all. The difference in divine power was too great, and so he could only rely on the power of his Void Splitter to suppress his opponent. Only by facing an opponent like this would he be able to improve. I want to see just how much power you can force out of me. Fight! Zhou Tong's body slashed through the air like a sword, instantly arriving next to the Death Soul Fiend. His sword stabbed downwards, and the pitch-black Void Splitter sword seemed to be filled with streaks of light, causing a pitch-black spatial tear to appear where the tip of the sword passed through. Oof! The Death Soul Fiend snorted coldly, and boundless divine power of death instantly poured into the pitch-black scythe. For a moment, the scythe actually seemed to emit the howling of 10,000 ghosts, incomparably sinister. Clang! When the sword and blade collided, Zhou Tong felt a strange energy flow from the divine sword saint into his palm. But then the Void Splitter sword trembled slightly, immediately dispersing the energy. God's Park weapons were weapons closest to sovereign artifacts, especially after being nourished by Zhou Tong's fused divine power, causing the might of the Void Splitter sword to be infinitely close to that of a sovereign artifact. In a head-on collision, apart from a sovereign artifact, it was no weaker than any other weapon. On the other side, the Death Soul Fiend let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale. The instant the sword and blade collided, he felt a terrifying soul-sword pressure burst forth from his opponent's divine sword, almost cutting into his soul realm. He immediately used his soul force and the edicts of death to continuously attack. After several consecutive attacks, he finally broke through the soul-sword pressure. Even if Zhou Tong's comprehension of the profound mysteries of soul attacks wasn't enough, the quality of his soul mutation was still there. Any random soul attack of his was terrifyingly powerful. What a terrifying soul attack. I won't be able to withstand 2 more of it. This person can't be a retired Azura, right? The Death Soul Fiend's face was extremely pale. Zhou Tong didn't have the mind to pay attention to this person's thoughts and continued to pursue. However, the Bloodwing Fiend on the side met him head-on. A pair of scarlet wings suddenly sprouted from her back, and her speed sharply increased. Like a phantom, she appeared in front of Zhou Tong and slashed down with her sword. Not bad. Zhou Tong turned around and brandished his sword. A misty sword instantly collided with the Bloodwing Fiend's divine sword. Clang! This sword strike didn't send the Bloodwing Fiend flying. Instead, her face instantly turned pale and she powerlessly fell from the sky. Soul attack, another soul attack. Before the Death Soul Fiend could recover, he immediately saw his companion fall. Everyone attacked together. Only now did the Death Soul Fiend call out to his companions to attack together. The 100 High Gods immediately prepared to attack, but Zhou Tong was even faster. After 100 years of killing, Zhou Tong was very experienced in this kind of encirclement. He brandished the divine sword in his hand and slashed out 3 times in a row. Destruction, Sword Dao, Sword 5. Clang! 3 black sword lights lit up. These black sword lights were like invisible ripples that instantly slashed across a group of nearby high gods. Rumble! Hundreds of high gods instantly fell down from the skies, their eyes lifeless. Such a terrifying soul attack. No matter if it's a single attack or an area of effect, it's invulnerable. This kind of expert, flee, I have to flee. Without even thinking, the Death Soul Fiend immediately fled. Flee? What a disappointment. Zhou Tong looked indifferently at the fleeing figure and suddenly brandished his sword. Destruction, Sword Dao, Sword 1. This was the simplest and most direct sword strike. Instantly, a pitch-black sword shadow cut through the sky and swept past the Death Soul Fiend. His body was directly split in two, and he fell from the sky. Chapter 971. Actually, as soon as you saw me, you should have fled, Zhou Tong said softly, but at the same time, he felt rather disappointed. His edicts of destruction had only fused the four paths of annihilation, 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 and nirvanic annihilation. Annihilation and annihilation were material attacks, while annihilation and nirvanic annihilation were both material and soul attacks. His path actually wasn't very suited for soul attacks. This level of soul attack was just barely comparable to a 6-star fiend who specialized in the soul. However, Zhou Tong's soul foundation was simply too high, more than 100 times stronger than that of most high gods. This made his soul attack incomparably powerful. This sort of soul foundation made it so that Zhou Tong's soul attack was only comparable to a 6-star fiend's, but in truth, it was comparable to an Azura-level attack. With a casual wave of his hand, under the control of his god realm, he collected the divine sparks and interspatial rings of all the fallen deities. Right at this moment, Middleton, who had been watching for a long time, carefully flew over to Zhou Tong's side. He said respectfully, "Thank you, my lord. Let's head out." Zhou Tong said calmly, "But my lord, that interspatial ring." Middleton looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat conflicted. "Head out. I want to head out, but it's all in your hands. What's the point of going to Godwing City?" Middleton was howling nonstop in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He just revealed a conflicted look. "Do you want that interspatial ring back?" Zhou Tong laughed. "My lord, are you willing to?" Middleton's eyes lit up. "I'm not willing." But before he could finish, Zhou Tong interrupted him. "I remember that my mission was to protect you and your belongings on the way to Godwing City, but you didn't seem to trust me. You took the initiative to negotiate with the bandits and offered up your belongings. I took that interspatial ring from the bandits. It doesn't belong to you anymore." Zhou Tong said calmly. "But of course, if you still want to head to Godwing City, I'll escort you there. If you don't want to go, then head to the nearest fiend castle and cancel the mission." Zhou Tong didn't say anything else, directly giving him the choice. Canceling a mission was something that occasionally happened in fiend missions. If the client is unwilling to continue the mission, they can head to the demon castle to cancel the mission. But after the mission was terminated, the demon's rewards would not be reduced at all, so this situation rarely happened. Cancel the mission. Mills didn't think too much about it, and immediately said, "The closest place to here is Jadeite City on the eastern Gem Island. Let's go there." "Damn it, now that I've lost the treasure, won't I be killed by the Mansion Master when I return to Mystic Wing City?" Mills cursed inwardly after making up his mind. "Then let's go." Zhou Tong said, "Yes, sir." Middleton quickly took out the metallic life form from before and called for the surviving fiends to enter it. Then the entire metallic life form instantly tore through the air. After returning to the metallic life form, Zhou Tong began to count the wealth of this group of bandits. More than 10 of the high gods under their command had divine clones in other places, which was why they couldn't open their interspatial rings. As for the other high gods, their total wealth was worth 1 trillion inkstones. As for those 3 7-star fiends, they had been famous 7-star fiends for a long time. Each of them had a net worth of around 10 trillion inkstones. The wealth of these fiends alone is worth more than 30 trillion inkstones. But the most important thing is this thing. What is this treasure that both Lord Prefects want to fight over? Zhou Tong was filled with curiosity as he opened the final interspatial ring. What is this? A dead egg? After opening the interspatial ring, there was only a single item within. It was a dark golden egg that seemed to be half a meter tall. However, although it looked like an egg, it no longer had any signs of life. It should be a dead egg, and one that had been petrified by the passage of countless years. Zhou Tong carefully inspected this dead egg. He could vaguely sense a familiar aura coming from it. A familiar aura. I definitely have encountered it before, but where? Zhou Tong thought back to everything he had done since arriving in the infernal realm. Instantly, countless scenes flooded into his mind, as though he was watching a movie. All of his experiences in the past 200 years in the infernal realm were replayed in his mind. Mount Vita. This thing was brought out from Mount Vita and from the core volcano. Zhou Tong quickly understood what this aura was. However, it really is a bit strange. Even I don't dare to go near that place. Who was it that brought this thing out from that volcano? Zhou Tong was rather curious, and then he immediately sent mentally, "Middleton, come over here." Instantly, Middleton, who had been drinking wine in his room, had a slight change in his face. He then sighed, rose, and came to Zhou Tong's room. "Lord Khan." Middleton bowed helplessly, and then his gaze fell upon the egg, a complicated look on his face. "You should know why I'm looking for you, right?" Zhou Tong said leisurely. "The origin of this stone egg." Middleton did not dare to hide it, and said directly, "This is the child of the over-god." "What?" Zhou Tong's face changed drastically, and he stared at Middleton. "You're even more daring than me." "The child of the over-god?" "Of course not," Middleton hurriedly explained. "This is the child of a former over-god of destruction, but he's already dead. The over-god of destruction is also dead. Otherwise, why would we dare to attack the child of the over-god?" The Mount Vita group of volcanoes in the Carol continent. Legend has it that an over-god was born 1 trillion years ago, but the over-god later fell. Middleton explained. After listening to Middleton's explanation, Zhou Tong finally relaxed a little. As long as it was not the child of the current over-god, it was fine. Moreover, Zhou Tong also believed that whether it was Middleton, the Thundercloud Mansion Master, or the Starring Mansion Master, they would definitely not dare to treat the child of the over-god like this, even if it was an unborn stillborn. But an unborn stillborn, so what if it's the child of the over-god? It's just a corpse. Is it worth so many of you fighting over it? Zhou Tong looked at Middleton and asked, "Although it's a stillborn, it might contain a precious treasure left behind by the over-god." Middleton said, "If there's a precious treasure, why don't you use it for yourself? If it's something like an over-god weapon or over-god's power left behind by the over-god, it'll be useful to you too." Zhou Tong asked, "And do you think the over-god would give such a precious treasure to an unborn child?" Speaking of which, you know a little too much. Zhou Tong suddenly gave Middleton a measuring look, looking at him rather suspiciously. This fellow actually knew so many secrets of the overgods. Most likely, even Azuro wouldn't know that much. How could someone like him, who was almost a 5-star fiend, know so many things? The Lord Prefect of Thundercloud Mansion is a sovereign's emissary. He served by the overgod's side for many years, so of course he knows many things. He was the one who sent me to the Carol continent to search for this thing. Most likely, he knew that I definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to this egg. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me. Middleton shook his head helplessly. "If you can't do anything to this egg..." Zhou Tong moved slightly, flicking his finger. A strand of destruction type, sword energy, shot towards the egg, but as soon as the sword energy touched the eggshell, it instantly dissipated. The egg was as good as new, without even a scratch on it. It really is quite tough. Even a high god artifact isn't able to withstand this attack of mine. Zhou Tong's gaze sharpened. Chapter 972. This ray of sword energy made Middleton's eyelids twitch. A casual ray of sword energy had such terrifying power. It was truly shocking. Middleton could vaguely see an imperceptible crack in the void when the sword energy swept across the sky. An attack that can create a crack in the void can't even hurt this egg. Middleton felt a little better. He had already experimented with it, but he couldn't do anything to this damned egg. This plaything's hardness is comparable to a master god weapon. Zhou Tong experimented again and finally shook his head helplessly. He had already confirmed that this plaything's hardness was far greater than his own body. It was definitely a master god weapon. I wonder if a soul attack will work. The pitch-black murderous intent in Zhou Tong's eyes instantly condensed. The terrifying strength of his soul was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Middleton's expression changed drastically. He had only casually released his soul energy, but had formed such a terrifying spiritual pressure. At this moment, Middleton felt as if he had returned to the time when he was a lower god and faced a higher god. Lord Khan's soul cultivation is too terrifying. The Mansion Master is far inferior to him. Middleton was shocked. At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes swept across like a flickering candle flame. Immediately, a ray of translucent black sword energy bloomed from his eyes and pierced into the dark golden egg. This sword energy immediately discovered something unusual. Although this egg had no aura of life, it contained an extremely vigorous energy. Not only was it vigorous, but it was also deep. Zhou Tong could clearly feel that this energy belonged to the laws of fire and destruction. However, these two types of energy were extremely explosive and restless. At this moment, however, it was extremely stable and almost deep. It didn't feel like flames or destruction energy at all. Instead, it felt like a deep, bottomless sea. Flames and destruction can actually be so profound. It's indeed terrifying. However, I keep feeling that this plaything seems to be a fusion of energy, a fusion of fire element and destruction energy. Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. At this point, he glanced at Middleton and shouted, "Get out!" "Yes, sir." Mills did not dare to say anything more and left immediately. After Middleton left, Zhou Tong immediately used all 4 domains of divinity at the same time, completely isolating the aura around him. Then, he fused the divine energy of destruction and the divine energy of fire into the dead egg. Almost in an instant, Zhou Tong could vaguely feel that there seemed to be 360 strands of power swimming within it, constantly transforming into various mysteries. Zhou Tong could sense the aura of fire and destruction from this transformation. Without a doubt, this was the product of the fusion of destruction and fire. Moreover, it involved the profound mysteries of the laws. It contains virtually all of the profound mysteries of my Tao of annihilation and Tao of annihilation. Oh, it even fused with the elemental laws of fire's profound mysteries of explosion, profound mysteries of scorching heat, and profound mysteries of incineration. If my guess is correct, it should be a special type of flame, the flames of annihilation. Zhou Tong gradually understood. He looked at the egg in front of him solemnly, secretly surprised. This thing was definitely not created by the Overgod, because no Overgod had mutated souls. This thing was definitely a masterpiece of nature. After the death of the Overgod, his child fell before it was even born. Then it stayed in the Vita volcano and gradually changed. Now, it can no longer be considered a living thing, but a fossil. And a fossil that has experienced the evolution of the world. It can be considered a wonder of the heavens and the earth, Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, as Zhou Tong continued to pour in the fused divine energy, he gradually felt that he had some sort of connection with the egg in front of him. It has a connection with me? Then what will happen if I continue to pour in? Zhou Tong continued to pour in the fused divine energy. Chi-chi. As he continued to pour in divine energy, the egg soon burned with flames. Wisps of black air also appeared from the egg in the void. At the same time, the egg rapidly shrank and became transparent. Zhou Tong poured in divine energy for a few hours. In the end, the egg shrank from its original height of half a meter to the size of a marble. Even the material of the egg changed and became transparent. He could vaguely see the 360 fused divine energy flowing in the egg. It couldn't have been purified by my fused divine power, could it? Zhou Tong had some guesses. Moreover, this marble already had a deep connection with him. Finally, swish. The item turned into a stream of light and instantly fused into Zhou Tong's body, stopping above his spirit ocean. The child of the fallen overgod, a stillborn that had not yet been born, gradually evolved into a wonder of the heavens and the earth after countless years. After being purified by me, it can actually fuse into my body? I suspect that many wonder of the wonders of the heavens and the earth that no one could detect might require the corresponding fused divine energy to be used. Zhou Tong vaguely understood something in his heart. In the world, there were only 7 elements and 4 precepts. There were a total of 11 types of divine energy. However, how many types of fused divine energy were there? The answer was 2,036 types. A single type of divine energy accounted for 5 out of every 1,000 types of divine energy. Therefore, even the overgods could not figure out how to use most of the wonder of the heavens and the earth. To be able to encounter a wonder of the heavens and the earth that I can use, and from the looks of it, after completely analyzing it, it should be very powerful or special. This is luck. Zhou Tong was secretly delighted. The number of wonder of the heavens and the earth was very small. The probability of encountering one that he could use was simply too low. Moreover, even if he managed to find one that he could use, its function might be of little value. It would be difficult to encounter someone as lucky as Zhou Tong in the endless planes of existence. I wonder if I'll be able to encounter something similar in the future. As a 4-elemental soul mutation, the probability of me encountering a useful wonder of the heavens and the earth is much higher than others. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. Immediately after, he began to comprehend some of the divine energy and the profound mysteries of the laws contained within the wonder. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The group had successfully arrived at Jadeite City on Gemstone Island. Gemstone Island was a colorful island. The dazzling luster of gemstones could be seen everywhere on the island. This dreamlike island caused the eyes of Zhou Tong and the rest to light up. Gemstone Island was famous for its gemstones. Along the way, they could see all sorts of gemstones. Most of them emitted rich elemental waves. If these gemstones were placed in the material plane, they would definitely be treasures sought after by the nobles and spellcasters. However, in Infernal Realm, no one cared about these things. Of course, there were still truly precious gemstones on this island. These gemstones were sought after by the great alchemists and formation masters of Infernal Realm. They were the best materials for alchemy and formation. The initiator of this mission, Middleton, immediately brought a group of demons to the demon castle to apply for the cancellation of the mission. After a series of procedures, the escort mission was successfully canceled. After so many years, the only escort mission I've received is now gone. As expected, killing missions are suitable for me. Zhou Tong laughed at himself. However, he did not continue to accept demonic missions. Instead, he stayed in a high-end hotel nearby. After decades of wandering, he needed a period of quiet time to train in seclusion and sort out his current profound mysteries of the laws and develop some new ways to use them. Chapter 973. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Over the past 3 years, there hasn't been much progress in the fusion of the elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of destruction. Instead, I found a point of convergence between the throbbing pulse of the world and the profound mystery of explosion. Once this fusion is completed, my throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of explosion, and the laws of destruction will be able to fuse together. Zhou Tong, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the past 3 years, he had been comprehending natural oddities, but he had gained nothing. Instead, he had found the point of convergence between the throbbing pulse of the world and the explosion profundity by chance. Zhou Tong had long since completed the fusion of the profound mysteries of explosion and the edicts of destruction. At the same time, he had also fused the throbbing pulse of the world with the edicts of destruction. Next, he would fuse the profound mysteries of explosion with the throbbing pulse of the world. Zhou Tong's law of destruction referred to the path of annihilation. But of course, pure annihilation, in terms of level, was definitely inferior to the throbbing pulse of the world and the profound mysteries of explosion. Thus, Zhou Tong had chosen to fuse a hint of the profound mysteries of annihilation into it. Annihilation. Since the fusion of the edicts of destruction and the elemental laws of fire has yet to be found, the God of Destruction's clone will focus all of its efforts on analyzing the final edicts of destruction, illusion annihilation. As for the divine earth clone and the divine fire clone, focus on fusing the profound mysteries. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and began to analyze. Regardless of whether it was the throbbing pulse of the world or the profound mystery of explosion, Zhou Tong had long since mastered them. However, he had never been able to find a single point of convergence, resulting in a fusion rate of 0. But now he was finally about to begin. An explosive pulsation, just like how I deduced the fused pulsations back then. I'll first fuse the profound mysteries of explosion into the 256 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world, then fuse them one by one. Zhou Tong had long since become accustomed to fusing the profound mysteries of the laws. He was extremely experienced. At this moment, a huge explosion of flames suddenly appeared in his heart. This flame was like an explosion, causing ripples to appear in his mind. This was the major success stage of the profound mystery of explosion. But soon, the explosive flame suddenly trembled, and the explosive power seemed to be much more restrained. However, Zhou Tong could feel that although the flames seemed to have been restrained, their power was actually more explosive. The first layer of the throbbing pulse of the world has been successfully assimilated. Next up is the second layer. Zhou Tong continued to deduce. One day later, the flame flickered again, and the second level was successfully integrated into it. Next was the third stage, the fourth stage, the fifth stage. The fire was too lively, far more lively than the earth element. Every pulse was a vibration, and the fire would disperse after a few vibrations. Therefore, every time he fused a major earth pulse, the difficulty would be much higher than before. In the beginning, he was able to smoothly integrate a major pulse almost every day. However, after the 30th pulse, it would take 2 days. After the 50th pulse, it would take 3 days. After the 100th pulse, it would take 5 days. After the 200th pulse, it would take half a month to integrate a single pulse. This was especially true for the last layer of pulse movement. It took Zhou Tong half a year to successfully integrate into it. The entire fusion process took Zhou Tong 10 years to complete. But at this point, he had completely integrated the mystery of explosion into every pulse of the earth-throbbing pulse. What he needed to do next was to merge the pulses into one again. Closing his eyes, he once more entered a meditative state. The fusion of the throbbing pulse of the world with the profound mysteries of explosion was a completely different experience from the previous fusion. The previous fusion had all been of the laws of the earth, a single element, and naturally fused together. But now, the fusion of the throbbing pulse of the world with the elemental laws of fire was even more difficult to fuse. In particular, the profound mysteries of explosion were more inclined to explode outwards from within, while the fusion was converging outwards. These were two completely different things. Naturally, the fusion was even more difficult than the fusion of the throbbing pulse of the world. However, after quietly training for 100 years, Zhou Tong finally completely fused the throbbing pulse of the world with the profound mysteries of explosion. I've finally completely fused the throbbing pulse of the world with the profound mysteries of explosion. Next, I can fuse the edicts of destruction, the profound mysteries of explosion, and the throbbing pulse of the world. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. However, my edicts of destruction are stuck at the final step of mastering. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. The most important step in the edicts of destruction to become a high god was stuck, just like that. Forget it. If I'm stuck, so be it. I've been fighting less and less recently. Next, I could try to break through to become a 7-star fiend. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then rose and headed towards the Fiend Castle. Jadeite City's Fiend Castle was no different in style from other places. It was still no different from other Fiend Castles. The main hall on the first floor was very spacious, and there weren't many people in the main hall, giving off a very spacious feeling. All of the Fiend Castles were roughly the same. After entering, Zhou Tong didn't ask too many questions, immediately heading towards the 4th floor of the Fiend Castle. The first floor of the Fiend Castle was the main hall. The second floor was where 1-star to 3-star fiends accepted missions, while the third floor was where 4-star to 6-star fiends accepted missions. The 4th floor of the Fiend Castle, however, was where the supreme 7-star fiend missions were. However, just as Zhou Tong reached the 3rd floor and was preparing to go up, one of the high gods guarding this floor suddenly stretched out his hand to block Zhou Tong. The 4th floor of the Fiend Castle. You're not allowed to enter. Generally speaking, this sort of guard wouldn't casually block people, but unfortunately, Zhou Tong was emanating the aura of a full god. Thus, they believed that Zhou Tong was a god who didn't know the rules and wanted to barge in. I've come to accept a 7-star fiend mission, Zhou Tong said casually. 7-star. Instantly, the faces of the two guards changed, becoming incomparably solemn. My lord, please wait a moment. A nearby, red-haired high god waved his hand, producing a violet-colored gemstone. He shone it at the fiend medallion on Zhou Tong's chest, instantly revealing his status as a 6-star fiend. My lord, a 7-star fiend mission requires our master of the castle to personally confirm it with you. Please do as you wish. After confirming his status, the two immediately became very respectful. Zhou Tong immediately went upstairs, then turned and disappeared from their sight. Good heavens! A 6-star fiend actually disguised himself as a god and hid his soul aura to such an extent. I almost caused a disaster. After Zhou Tong left, the red-haired high god still felt some lingering fear. Why do these major figures all like to play this sort of trick? It's too frightening. Haha, I remember that 30,000 years ago, Fiend Flowing Light seemed to have played this sort of trick as well. He almost scared Parker, who was on guard here, to death. The other golden-haired high god laughed. Fortunately, this lord's temper isn't bad. If he really was that narrow-minded, you'd have to admit that you were unlucky. Chapter 974. Zhou Tong arrived at the 4th floor of the Fiend Castle, then entered the deepest room on this floor. Within this room, there is only a muscular man with long blue hair, and his long blue hair seemed to be wreathed in flames. He was the governor of Jadeite City's Fiend Castle, a 7-star fiend, blue flame fiend, Randolph. His aura is hidden to such an extent. My fire style specializes in the soul, but I can't sense his aura at all. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Upon seeing Zhou Tong, Randolph's eyes couldn't help but light up. I'm the governor of Jadeite City's Fiend Castle, Randolph. And you are? Randolph asked. 6-star fiend, Khan. I've come to accept a 7-star fiend mission to advance in rank, a battle-type mission. Zhou Tong didn't want to waste any time, so he went straight to the point. A battle-type 7-star fiend mission. Randolph laughed. There were very few 7-star fiend missions that didn't require battle. To be precise, aside from a small number of missions such as healing the soul, which greatly reflected one's soul cultivation, this sort of battle-type mission was the best way to demonstrate a fiend's overall abilities. In addition, Battle-type 7-star Fiend missions were the most common. Generally speaking, the Fiend Castle's 7-star Fiend missions were all Battle-type missions. I don't want to take on those missions that take up too much time. It's best if I can finish them as quickly as possible. The mission has to be completed within a year. Zhou Tong added a condition. Finish them as quickly as possible? This sort of mission is always extremely difficult. Randolph laughed. Who doesn't want to become a 7-star Fiend as soon as possible? But there are no suitable candidates for this sort of mission, which means that it is extremely difficult. Are you sure you need this sort of mission? It's fine. No matter how hard a 7-star Fiend mission is, it can't be harder than challenging an Azura. Zhou Tong said. Haha, that's true. Randolph laughed loudly. But challenging an Azura? Haha, Brother Khan, it seems you have great ambitions. Are you planning on immediately challenging an Azura after completing the mission? Seeing how confident Zhou Tong was, Randolph couldn't help but want to get closer to him. He acknowledged Zhou Tong's strength, because until now, he still could not see through Zhou Tong's aura. As he laughed, Randolph took out a file and casually flipped through a few pages. Then he handed one of the pages to Zhou Tong and said, "If there are no problems, then this is the mission. How about it? This mission is the most recent one because it can be set off at any time." Zhou Tong's eyes swept across the screen. This was a bandit suppression mission. Head to Azure Dragon Island, which was located 15 million kilometers east of Jewel Island, and wipe out the bandits there. Kill the 4 leaders of the Azure Dragon Island bandits. The reward for this mission was 180 billion inkstones. Azure Dragon Island suppressing bandits? Zhou Tong looked at the mission carefully and nodded. Okay, I'll accept this mission. With that said, Zhou Tong skillfully handed over his demon medal and a space ring. Taking on this sort of high-level Fiend mission required a certain amount of deposit, and, generally speaking, the deposit was 30% of the mission reward. If the mission was successful, then the deposit would be returned along with the mission reward. If the mission failed, then, generally speaking, the person would die. But if the person didn't die, then the deposit would be gone. 180 billion inkstones as a reward. The deposit alone was 54 billion inkstones. Without a certain amount of wealth, one wouldn't even be qualified to take on this sort of Fiend mission. Let me remind you, the 4 leaders of Azure Dragon Island are all extraordinary figures. They are at least 6-star Fiends. 8,000 years ago, a 6-star Fiend took on this promotion mission, but in the end, he perished there. Randolph explained to Zhou Tong while helping him complete the mission. Azure Dragon Island. This was an enormous island that was nearly 10,000 kilometers in circumference. In a material plane, an island like this could be described as a continent. This island was named after a divine beast, the Azure Dragon, which had appeared trillions of years ago. But now, the Azure Dragon was dead. Only the island remained. Right now, Azure Dragon Island was the gathering place for a group of powerful bandits. Everyone who was traveling through the Star Mist Sea would voluntarily avoid the area of influence of this island. But if no one passed by, then the bandits would take the initiative to attack. They would move out without restraint, spreading out in all directions to gather information. As soon as they found a target, they would immediately charge forward and attack. Over the course of 10 million years, the bandits of this island had plundered an unimaginable amount of wealth. If all of this wealth were to be revealed, it would definitely draw the envy of others. During this period of time, countless people had come to the Fiend Castle to issue missions to exterminate this bandit lair, but no one had ever succeeded. Thus, the reward had continued to rise. Tens of thousands of years ago, this was already a 7-star Fiend mission. The intelligence the Fiend Castle currently had was that the 4 leaders of Azure Dragon Island were all extremely powerful high gods, each of them at least at the 6-star Fiend level. In addition, the strength of the bandits of Azure Dragon Island wasn't limited to just these 4 leaders. The most important thing was that this bandit lair had at least 200 high gods and 20,000 gods. Such an enormous force. Even if the leaders didn't act personally, just relied on the gods and high gods under their command to attack like an army. If they attacked together, ordinary high gods wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ordinary seven-star fiends truly wouldn't be able to withstand the combined attacks of hundreds of high gods. When their numbers reached a certain level, they really could offset some of the difference in quality. Zhou Tong, hearing Randolph's description, nodded to himself. Only an enormous bandit force like this was worthy of a seven-star fiend mission. The mission process has been completed. Next, the people of our fiend castle will escort you to the vicinity of Azure Dragon Island. As Randolph spoke, he activated his god realm, gathering a hint of Zhou Tong's aura and fusing it into a badge. This badge will be given to the staff member who will accompany you to Azure Dragon Island. During this mission, if you die, this badge will naturally sense it, and our people will immediately withdraw. But if you complete the mission, our people will then head to Azure Dragon Island to check on the status of the mission. Randolph said. Zhou Tong nodded. The process for a seven-star fiend mission was very complicated, especially an extermination mission like this one. It involved many things, and so a complete process had to be established. If there are no problems, you can head out tomorrow morning. Our Fiend Castle's people will meet you at the eastern gates of Jadeite City and take you to Azure Dragon Island. You should be able to reach Azure Dragon Island in about a month. Randolph said, but of course, our people will only take you to within 1,000 kilometers of Azure Dragon Island. They won't take you any closer. All right, no problem. We'll head out tomorrow. Zhou Tong nodded. The sooner the mission was completed, the better. After 100 years of closed-door training, he desperately wanted to do battle. I wish you success, Randolph said. Chapter 975. Walala. Starmist Sea's waters roared, slapping against Azure Dragon Island's shore, producing thousands of purple splashes. Chong! Right at this time, a streak of pitch-black sword radiance suddenly shot over. When the sword radiance dissipated, Zhou Tong was already standing by the shore. On his back was the space-shattering divine sword, his expression grave and stern, killing intent surging from his eyes. After a month of travel, I finally arrived here. I already can't wait any longer. Zhou Tong's eyes carried a hint of excitement. In this world, as a heavenly horned ant, especially after arriving in hell, a place filled with battles and slaughter, he finally began to reveal the savage nature within the depths of the Vicious Ten. His figure was like a sword. With each step and a flash, he shot out like sword radiance, instantly entering the depths of the island. Azure Dragon Island was the largest bandit nest nearby, but Zhou Tong didn't plan on hiding at all. He advanced openly with large steps, not placing the bandits in his eyes at all. Who is it? Suddenly, on a mountain peak, someone roared out. There were tens of thousands of bandits on Azure Dragon Island, together with Zhou Tong not hiding his aura either. Any one of them could immediately sense his existence with a single glance or release their divine senses. However, when they discovered that Zhou Tong was full of killing intent and came with ill intentions, they immediately roared out, "Someone is trespassing! Someone is trespassing!" This person cultivated the wind elemental laws, so he roared out with the profound mysteries of sound. Immediately, a tremendous sound wave reverberated above the entire island, as if a tiger was roaring or a dragon was roaring. Immediately, the bandits who were originally cultivating or chatting while drinking were all roused awake. All of Azure Dragon Island immediately erupted into commotion. Immediately, quite a few bandits flew out, hurrying towards the person who first discovered Zhou Tong's location. In an extremely short amount of time, over 1,000 figures flew out from the island skies. It had already been a long time since anyone dared to barge into Azure Dragon Island. They naturally wanted to see just who had the guts to barge into the island. Naturally, everyone saw Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all. Or to be more precise, his goal was to gather all of the bandits and catch them all in one fell swoop. Who is it? Stop right there. Immediately, someone roared and berated him. However, Zhou Tong's pace did not change. Like a sword, he moved unhindered on the island, completely ignoring the bandits. Kill. As bandits, every single one of them lived a life of licking blood from the edge of their blades. Naturally, there was no such thing as being soft-hearted. This group of several thousand bandits immediately brandished the weapons in their hands without hesitation. Immediately, crimson light, pitch black light, cyan light, all sorts of elemental laws and nomological attacks rained down on Zhou Tong from all directions. In the face of such an attack, Zhou Tong merely raised his head slightly and took a step forward. Boom! There seemed to be a clap of thunder in the void. Zhou Tong's figure seemed to have teleported, disappearing in front of the bandits in an instant. Naturally, he also disappeared from the range of the elemental attack. Then, in the next instant, he appeared not far away from them, and even pulled out the divine sword on his back. What? How is this possible? Many bandits were shocked. What kind of speed was this? Those who cultivated in the laws of destruction weren't actually that fast. However, they were so fast that even these intermediate gods and even a few high gods couldn't sense them. This was really too terrifying. At this moment, they finally realized that this newcomer was an unimaginably powerful expert. Boom! Before the bandits could react, a terrifying sword wave swept through the void. Immediately, over 300 bandits exploded, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. At the same time, one divine spark, one divine weapon, and one interspatial ring after another fell from the sky like raindrops. The surviving bandits immediately turned pale. A single sword strike annihilated several hundred god-level experts? What kind of expert was this? Clang! Terrifying sword waves once again swept out, instantly sweeping through the sky and enveloping all of the remaining bandits. Ripples could be seen in the void, spreading out like water waves. The sword ripples, which seemed weak, spread out wantonly. However, in the instant they came into contact with the land, plants, and divine-level experts, a terrifying power would immediately erupt violently. It was as if there were 1,000 layers of waves seething. It was sword cheese that were like water, and the entire Azure Dragon Island let out a deafening sound. It was as if a sea of swords had appeared in the sky above the Azure Dragon Island. The sea of fury churned. Whether it was the sky or the earth, everything was destroyed by this sword strike. Naturally, the god-level experts were no exception. This wasn't a battle, but a massacre. Ordinary intermediate gods didn't even have the right to stand in front of Zhou Tong. Just a few casual sword strikes could easily harvest them in batches. In the distant sea, 1,000 miles away from the Azure Dragon Island, there was a metallic life form with the symbol of the demon castle on it. 3 high gods stood in the air, looking in the direction of the Azure Dragon Island. With the eyesight of a high god, as long as there was nothing in the way, they could clearly see things from 1,000 miles away. That's... One of the bald high gods suddenly narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying, destructive sword energy. It's Lord Khan. Lord Khan has made his move. A Mohawk high god sighed in amazement. To be able to see things so clearly from 1,000 miles away. Lord Khan's destruction, sword out, truly is terrifying. I wonder if we'll be able to wipe out the entire Azure Dragon Island this time. The bandits of this island have been here for more than 10 million years. A young man with short blue hair sighed as well. Haha, even if we wipe them out, they'll probably rise from the ashes again. Perhaps even the fiends who wiped out this place will be retaliated against. The bald high god who had spoken first revealed a hint of resignation on his face. Lord Nick, what do you mean? Can it be that there's someone behind these bandits? An Azura? The blue-haired young man was bewildered. You're still young. The waters of the infernal realm run deep. The bald high god, known as Nick, laughed softly. In truth, most of the profitable businesses in the infernal realm have been taken over by those 108 Azuras. But what kind of business do you think can compare to the business of bandits, which have no capital? In the infernal realm, if one had a certain status and lived long enough, one would naturally know some truths that would cause many people to feel despair. The truly terrifying bandit groups of the entire infernal realm could be traced back to the Azura experts of the infernal realm. Although Nick didn't know why those Azura experts were so obsessed with wealth, he was certain that the amount of wealth accumulated by every single Azura was incalculable. Who knew how much of this wealth had been acquired through this sort of method? Chapter 976. Azure Dragon Island. From the shore to the entrance of the castle in the deepest part of the island, Zhotong had unleashed a total of 72 sword strikes, killing more than 18,000 bandits. Azure Dragon Island had 4 leaders, 200 high gods, and nearly 20,000 gods. This sort of power could be described as a superpower in the bandit circle. But now, the vast majority of the gods had died, leaving behind only 1,000 gods and 100 or so high gods. With such terrifying casualties and chaos, the 4 leaders of Azure Dragon Island naturally had to appear as well. They were currently standing atop the walls of the castle. The 4 leaders of Azure Dragon Island stared coldly at Zhotong, blood drop in hand, as he advanced one step at a time. The leader had a head of long silver hair and was incomparably callous. He was the leader of Azure Dragon Island, Kasapa, and the most powerful expert of Azure Dragon Island. He trained in the Edicts of Destruction and was considered extremely powerful even amongst 7-star fiends. By his side was a short, golden-haired, muscular man. This was the second leader of Azure Dragon Island, Jerome. He was the second most powerful expert of Azure Dragon Island, trained in the elemental laws of water, and had reached the 7-star fiend level of power. The third was a woman with long, violet-red hair. This was the third leader of Azure Dragon Island, Aurora. She was the third most powerful expert of Azure Dragon Island, trained in the laws of lightning, and was close to a 7-star fiend in power. The fourth was a black-haired, middle-aged man. This was the fourth leader of Azure Dragon Island, Kin. He was also the fourth most powerful expert of Azure Dragon Island, trained in the laws of darkness, and had reached the 6-star fiend level of power. Aside from these 4 leaders, there were many other experts amongst the remaining high god bandits, some of whom were not inferior to 5-star fiends in power at all. In addition, there were the remaining 1,000 or so gods. These were the true elites of Azure Dragon Island. This squad alone was more powerful than the nearly 20,000 bandits Zhotong had killed. 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend of the Fiend Castle. The silver-haired leader, Kasapa, said coldly. With his vision, he naturally saw the demon medal on Zhotong's chest. However, without any special equipment, he could not identify Zhotong's level. Zhotong raised his head slightly, looking at the group of people in front of him. The killing intent in his eyes exploded. "Icon, need your heads to help me become a 7-star fiend." Did someone else take on the Demon Castle's promotion quest? 8,000 years ago, the 6-star fiend, Felix, walked in with the same confidence as you. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that your head was smashed by my kick. I wonder how many kicks your body can take. Third Headmaster Aurora licked his lips with a cold glint in his eyes. Clang! Zhotong didn't say much. He immediately made his move. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. At the same time, countless destructive god force erupted from Zhotong's body. Then, it coiled up like a vortex. For a moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds of destruction that looked like a whirlpool in the deep sea. The terrifying aura of destruction stunned everyone below, making them feel as though they were facing a true god of destruction. Everyone was shocked, and some of the gods' faces turned ashen. They were extremely unsightly. That aura of destruction contained a terrifying pressure that targeted the soul. In front of this pressure, gods whose souls were too weak in quality couldn't even summon the will to fight back. They could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. He's actually trained in the Tao of Destruction to such a level. Not good. The silver-haired leader Kasapa's face turned ashen. At the same time, he sent a message to all of the nearby high gods who could move. Brothers, join forces, kill. As soon as his words came out, the group of high gods simultaneously took out the weapons in their hands, immediately unleashing their most powerful attacks. Multicolored attacks instantly charged into the dark clouds of destruction in the sky. Rumble. The dark clouds of destruction swiveled about, and a vast majority of the attacks of the high gods, upon entering the dark clouds, were immediately dissolved by that terrifying destructive power. Only the attacks of the four leaders truly pierced through the dark clouds, arriving at Zhou side. However, in the face of the attacks of the four leaders, Zhou merely turned his gaze, and pitch-black destructive sword energy exploded from his eyes, instantly destroying the four attacks. Next up is my most powerful sword attack at my current level. Destruction Sword Dao, Sword 16. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed like lightning, and the Void Splitter sword in his hands chopped down. This sword seemed to be a very simple chop, but in the instant that the divine sword danced about, the dark clouds of destruction below instantly condensed and merged into the divine sword. In an instant, it was as though a black hole had appeared in the sky, and the pitch-black Void Splitter sword actually emitted multicolored spatial turbulence. It was as though what he was holding in his hands was no longer a divine sword, but a spatial rift. Rumble. The void trembled violently, and a fierce destructive sword energy tore through space, chopping down towards the group of fiends in front of him, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the leader Kasapa. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was erased. Everything was sent into the spatial turbulence by the sword. Damn it! Kasapa's expression changed drastically, and he immediately took out a saber and swung it. He specialized in the law of destruction, and whether it was a material attack or a spiritual attack, the law of destruction was the best of all laws and rules. However, experts who cultivated in the law of destruction had very weak defenses. Therefore, in the face of Zhou Tong's sword, Kasapa's only method was to counterattack. Buzz! Terrifying spatial rifts were torn open by this saber, and Kasapa's attack and Zhou Tong's sword collided with each other under everyone's shocked gazes. Almost in an instant, the saber light dissipated. Kasapa's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge. But this sword contained not only a terrifying material attack, but also an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure. It was too late to dodge now, and Zhou Tong's sword successfully cut into Kasapa's body. Clang! A terrifying sword hum echoed in the air above the entire Azure Dragon Island. Kasapa's entire body was chopped into two halves, and wherever the sword passed, even space itself seemed to be erased. Part of Kasapa's body and divine spark was sent into chaotic space by this sword. Big brother. The other three leaders called out in alarm. Don't be impatient. I'll send you to see him. Zhou Tong's voice and body instantly appeared in front of the three leaders, and then black light flashed repeatedly. Bang! The bodies of the three leaders and the 100+ high god bandits instantly exploded, falling down from the skies. In just a few short sword strikes, the entire Azure Dragon Island had been slaughtered by Zhou Tong. Neither the god-level bandits nor the high god bandits were a match for him. The difference in power was simply too great. Aside from a few deities who were skilled in speed and had long since left the battlefield, as well as those who had divine clones, they were able to escape with their lives. In this battle, the entire Azure Dragon Island had been wiped out. Chapter 977. Azure Dragon Island was littered with corpses. The corpses of deities were everywhere. Zhou Tong casually made a grabbing motion, and under the control of his god realm, he collected all of the interspatial rings and divine sparks from the corpses into his sack. The interspatial rings of the 10,000 gods and the 200 high gods were one thing, but the core items were the interspatial rings of the leaders. Zhou Tong, with a hint of curiosity in his heart, immediately opened the interspatial ring of the leader of Azure Dragon Island. As soon as he did, he was instantly shocked. 10 billion inkstones. I didn't expect there to be so much. Zhou Tong was stunned. This was the first time he had seen so much money. The azurite within the interspatial ring was piled up into a mountain. This was the first time Zhou Tong had seen something like this. So many inkstones. I'm able to refine 10 drops of destruction-type Sovereign's Might. Zhou Tong was secretly stunned. A single drop of Sovereign's Might required 1 billion inkstones to be refined. There were already 10 billion inkstones here, enough to refine 10 drops of Sovereign's Might. If my guess is correct, this bandit group should have been set up by an Azura or a commander. They want to plunder as much wealth as they can, then refine Sovereign's Might. Zhou Tong understood. In addition, this bandit is most likely preparing to hand over his wealth soon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many inkstones in his interspatial ring. These Azuras and commanders really do know how to amass wealth. No wonder those Azura commanders in the original novel had so much Sovereign's Might and could use it as they pleased. Zhou Tong felt rather emotional. He vaguely remembered that in the original novel, Mosi's clan, upon reaching the 7-star fiend level, would receive a drop of Sovereign's Might. In addition, Mosi had sent his subordinates to disguise themselves as bandits and rob as they pleased. Only, I wonder if this person, after having his wealth stolen by me, will be so enraged that he will attack me? Zhou Tong felt rather eager. However, before that, Zhou Tong paused for a moment, then immediately entered the castle deep within the island. At the same time, in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the final blade of the leader of Azure Dragon Island. Although this blade definitely couldn't compare to his destruction sword Dao, however, the fluctuation emitted by the saber gave Zhou Tong some hints. He couldn't help but close his eyes and think carefully. Slaughter and battle were the only ways to cultivate the law of destruction. Zhou Tong had already felt a trace of excitement when he was slaughtering before. Now that he had grasped this trace of inspiration, suddenly Wang, a peculiar worldly law instantly descended upon Zhou Tong. A godhead, radiating a black light, flew out from Zhou Tong's body. Under the influence of the worldly laws, the godhead began transforming. At the same time, Zhou Tong's soul began to transform under the power of the laws of heaven and earth. In just a short moment, Zhou Tong felt that his soul had been strengthened to an unimaginable limit by the laws of the world. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if he could turn the world upside down with a single thought. Finally, the laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and the Godhead returned to his body. The law of destruction has finally reached the level of a high god. Zhou Tong didn't open his eyes. Instead, he spread out his arms, as if embracing the entire world. At this moment, he could clearly sense a terrifying sense of control over his body, as if the entire world was within his grasp. Almost instinctively, he flicked his finger, rumble. It was as if thunder had rolled through the void, and a terrifying spatial fissure 1,000 meters long instantly appeared in the void. One could clearly see the terrifying spatial fissure outside the spatial fissure. So this is the power of my will. Without using divine power or the profound mysteries of the laws, the fragile space of the infernal realm is like a piece of paper to me. Zhou Tong said softly, and the power of my will is much stronger than that of a great perfection. Zhou Tong knew very well that after a quadruple soul mutation reached the level of a high god, the power of will would be much stronger than that of a great perfection. If the power of a great perfection's will was 10, then the power of a quadruple soul mutation's will was close to 15. My law of destruction was originally only close to the level of an Azura commander, but now, when combined with the power of my will, my power is probably close to that of Linli when he was a quadruple high god in the original work. Zhou Tong knew very well that his law of destruction was only equivalent to a high god who had fused 5 profound mysteries to the limit and was stuck at the bottleneck. Although this kind of profound mystery was much stronger than Linli's when he was a quadruple high god, he didn't have the fused divine power of a high god, nor did he have the destruction sovereign power suitable for the law of destruction. In this aspect, he was far inferior to Linli's fused divine power. Moreover, Zhou body was far from reaching the level of sovereign artifact. In terms of physical strength and divine power, Zhou was far inferior to Linli before he became a sovereign. The only thing that could close the gap was his heavenly horned ant innate divine ability. My innate divine ability. With a thought, a heavenly horned ant phantom appeared behind Zhou body. This phantom merged into his body, and immediately a terrifying power erupted. His eyes were completely red, and with just a slight tremble of his body, a large area of space was shattered. My speed and soul strength have both increased by around 10 times, and my power has increased by several dozen times. Zhou tested out his innate divine ability for a bit, and then dispersed it. His completely red eyes instantly became clear again. Next is the bottleneck of fusing the 5 paths to the limit. However, this bottleneck actually isn't that hard to break through. Suddenly, Zhou mind was moved. He once again sat down and once again simulated the law of destruction. Annihilation, 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 annihilation. These were the 5 paths he had fused to the limit of the law of destruction. With Zhou current divine sense, his simulation speed was more than 1,000 times faster. In just an hour, these 5 paths were once again simulated to the limit. And then, Kacha, there seemed to be a sound in his mind. The final bottleneck had been broken through. Annihilation, 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 annihilation. These 5 paths instantly merged into one. My Sword 16 should be able to continue evolving. This time, I should be able to perfect it to Sword 20. Zhou was incomparably happy. A single abyssal mission allowed him to break through 2 bottlenecks in succession, and even give birth to the power of will. It could be said that right now, in Hell, as long as the sovereigns didn't take action, he had no opponents. Even Barut's Divine Darkness clone was definitely not his opponent. The profound mysteries of Barut's Divine Darkness clone were at most on par with Zhou laws of destruction. In addition, the power of will of his Divine Darkness clone was even weaker than most Great Perfection sovereigns. It was only 80% of a Great Perfection sovereign, much less Zhou. In addition, Beirut's innate divine ability was useless against Zhou, but Zhou innate divine ability could be used in battle. The only aspect of Beirut's Divine Darkness clone that was stronger than Zhou was his physical body. A sovereign artifact, level physical body, wasn't something that Zhou could compare to. Chapter 978. Next, it's time to notify the Fiend Castle to come take over Azure Dragon Island. Sensing the changes in his power, Zhou immediately thought of his Fiend mission. With a flip of his hand, he produced a cylinder and pulled it towards the skies. Instantly, a signal flare flew into the skies, illuminating the entire area around Azure Dragon Island. In the distance, next to the metallic life form of the Fiend Castle, the faces of the 3 deities changed slightly upon seeing the signal, and then they revealed looks of joy. Success! Lord Khan succeeded in wiping out the bandits of Azure Dragon Island. The bald high god, named Nick, was rather cautious. With a flip of his hand, he produced a badge, then relaxed. Lord Khan didn't die. The signal has been sent out. He really did wipe out this bandit group. He was extremely cautious, afraid that Zhou had died on the island, and those bandits had found the signal in his interspatial ring, then used it to lure them to the island. Fortunately, the badge was fine, which meant that Zhou hadn't died. The 3 of them, overjoyed, immediately put away the metallic life form and flew towards Azure Dragon Island. How could a metallic life form fly as fast as a high god? Instantly, 3 streaks of light descended upon Azure Dragon Island. How tragic! As soon as they entered the island, the 3 of them felt their hearts tremble. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of blood. All sorts of corpses were scattered about the island. They could see giants that were hundreds of meters tall, merfolk with scales on their bodies, fiends with 2 horns on their heads and 2 wings on their backs, as well as skeletons that glowed with holy light. As they walked, the 3 of them were completely stupefied. Tens of thousands of deities had all died in the same place. Even though they had seen plenty of slaughter, when had they ever seen something like this? Finally, the 3 of them saw Zhou Tong within the castle in the depths of the island. He was still dressed in black, and his hair was black. His body wasn't stained with any blood, nor was he injured at all. It was as though the corpses outside had nothing to do with him. Wait, his aura. But right at this moment, the 3 of them suddenly sensed that something was off. Zhou Tong's aura was no longer that of a god. It was the aura of a high god. Lord Khan's aura is that of a high god. Has Lord Khan finally decided to release his hidden aura? Because he completed the mission and became a 7-star fiend, he decided to release his aura? These thoughts appeared in the minds of the 3 at the same time. When one became a god, the laws of the world would descend, and it would be very majestic. If it was in the material plane, with the fragile space of the material plane, all god-level experts would be able to sense it. But in a place like the infernal realm, one would not be able to sense it after walking for more than 100 li. Thus, none of them had been able to sense the ripples of laws that Zhou Tong had caused when he had just become a high god. Have you confirmed it? This mission, I can be considered completed, right? Zhou Tong turned around and looked at the 3 people. Sir, please wait a moment. Bald Nick was a little terrified. Anyone who saw this hellish scene would be shaken, not to mention in front of this powerhouse who had caused such a massacre. Soon, the 3 of them split up and searched for the corpses of the powerhouses on the ground to confirm the completion of the mission. A short while later, the 3 of them reunited. They compared their data, then nodded. Nick walked towards Zhou Tong and said, "Congratulations, Lord Khan. Your mission has been perfectly completed. All you need to do is return to the Jadeite City's Fiend Castle to change your badge and officially become a 7-star fiend. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Returning to the Jadeite City's Fiend Castle would take another month. Zhou Tong returned directly to his own room within the metallic life form. Speaking of which, I'm rather curious as well. How do I refine inkstones into Sovereign's Might? Zhou Tong had a thought, and he immediately took out an azurite, then used his destruction-type divine power to surround the azurite. Crackle. The destruction-type divine power was incomparably powerful. Under the cleansing of the divine power, the ordinary components of the azurite completely disappeared, leaving behind only wisps of a unique aura which ordinary azuras wouldn't be able to sense. This aura must be the destruction-type Sovereign's Might. Zhou Tong now understood how to refine Sovereign's Might. To refine Sovereign's Might, one had to be at least at the Azura level, and one had to be an Azura who was skilled in both the soul and material aspects. Without either, there was no way to refine Sovereign's Might. To refine Sovereign's Might from currency, one had to use a corresponding amount of divine power to surround the currency and remove the useless components, leaving behind only an extremely thin amount of Sovereign's Might. Sovereign's Might, however, was both material and spiritual. Thus, one had to be an expert who had reached the peak in both aspects in order to refine it. In the infernal realm, there are probably very few Azuras who are capable of refining Sovereign's Might from currency. Knowing how to refine Sovereign's Might, Zhou Tong was certain that very few people were capable of this. Because the currency of the infernal realm was inkstones, only experts who trained in the Edicts of Destruction and had reached the Azura level in both the soul and material aspects would be able to refine Sovereign's Might. Experts like this, even if they weren't at the great perfection level of the Edicts of Destruction, weren't too far away from the great perfection level. In addition, it was very likely that they were stuck at the final step, such as Mosi of Miluo Island. Since that's the case, I'll convert all of this money into Sovereign's Might. Zhou Tong immediately took out all of the inkstones he had acquired. Crackle. Destruction-type divine power flowed out, and large amounts of azurite were all transformed into ash, leaving behind only tiny, almost undetectable traces of destruction-type Sovereign's Might. In the end, countless traces of destruction-type Sovereign's Might, under Zhou Tong's control, began to condense towards the center, finally transforming into drops of pitch-black liquid. This was destruction-type Sovereign's Might. Given Zhou Tong's terrifying power, the speed at which he refined Sovereign's Might was simply too fast. In roughly an hour, he was able to refine a single drop of Sovereign's Might. After using up all of the inkstones, he now had 10 more drops of destruction-type Sovereign's Might by his side. I'll store this Sovereign's Might in the vermilion bird ring. After muttering to himself for a moment, Zhou Tong immediately sent the 10 drops of Sovereign's Might into his soul-protecting Sovereign Artifact. Although the soul-protecting Sovereign Artifact was a divine artifact, in truth, it could be used as a special interspatial ring. Now that I think about it, after becoming a high god, my soul has transformed yet again. I can now refine amethysts. Zhou Tong once more stuffed a large amount of amethysts into the soul-protecting Sovereign Artifact. Crackle! As soon as the amethysts entered the soul-protecting Sovereign Artifact, they were immediately refined into strands of golden mist. This mist merged into Zhou Tong's soul, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 979. Jewel Island, Jadeite City, the 4th floor of the Fiend Castle. Haha, Brother Khan. Congratulations on completing the 7-star Fiend mission. From today onwards, we have another 7-star Fiend. The Blue Flame Fiend Randolph personally handed the 7-star Fiend medallion to Zhou Tong, laughing loudly. Many thanks. Zhou Tong casually placed the medallion in front of his chest. But Brother Khan, why did you suddenly release your aura? Why did you stop hiding it? Randolph asked curiously as well. This time, upon returning, he had discovered that Zhou Tong's aura had already become that of a high god. I'm a 7-star Fiend now. There's no need to hide anything. Zhou Tong said casually. Seeing that Zhou Tong didn't say anything, Randolph didn't ask too many questions either. He just nodded. After all, this was someone else's private matter. Right. The Fiend Castle should have detailed information on the 108 Azuras of the Infernal Realm and the 108 Commanders of the Purgatory, right? Zhou Tong suddenly spoke out. Are you truly preparing to challenge an Azura? Isn't that a bit too soon? Randolph's eyes lit up. In the Infernal Realm, a 7-star Fiend challenging an Azura would most likely occur only once every few thousand years. In addition, the place they would appear in might not necessarily be the same place they were in. Thus, there weren't many people who had actually seen an Azura challenge an Azura. Randolph had been in the Infernal Realm for so long, but he had only seen 3 7-star Fiends challenge an Azura, and all 3 times, the Azura had easily won. Not necessarily right now. Let's see how things go. Whenever I feel like it, I'll go challenge him. Zhou Tong said. The Purgatory isn't under our control, but the Fiend Castle is in charge of 7-star Fiends challenging Azuras. All 7-star Fiends have the right to challenge Azuras at any time, but they have to notify our Fiend Castle before doing so, and our Fiend Castle will contact the Azura. In principle, an Azura cannot refuse a challenge from a 7-star Fiend. But if the Azura wishes to refuse, he can make up some excuses, such as training in secluded meditation or going on a long journey to another plane. Everything during this period of time will be handled by our Fiend Castle. Randolph slowly told Zhou Tong about his challenge to Shura. All 7-star Fiends had the right to challenge an Azura, but before challenging an Azura, they had to first select an opponent, then go to the Fiend Castle to apply, and then the Fiend Castle would contact the corresponding Azura. The Fiend Castle was like a middleman between 7-star Fiends and Azuras. But of course, upon accepting the challenge, the time and place of the challenge would be decided by the Azura. The Fiend Castle would only transmit this decision to the corresponding 7-star Fiend. Of course, if the Azura continued to avoid battle, then the position of Azura would naturally change after 10,000 years. I'm going to take a stroll around the Infernal Realm first. When I'm done, I'll challenge the Azura. Of course, Zhou wouldn't challenge the Azura immediately. He still wanted to see the scenery of the infernal realm. All right, it is indeed too reckless to rashly challenge them. Why don't you take a look around first? Randolph nodded, then took out an interspatial ring. Almost forgot. The reward for your mission, as well as the deposit, are all here. A total of 234 billion inkstones. As for the information you mentioned about Azuras and commanders, go directly to the third floor of our castle. There's information for sale there. If you need detailed information, you might need tens of millions of inkstones to read it. If you want to buy it, you'll need hundreds of millions of inkstones. Randolph reminded him. Got it. Zhou nodded, then turned and left the fourth floor of the castle. Actually, Zhou had known long ago that the Fiend Castle sold information. When he had been in the Violet Cloud City's Fiend Castle, he would occasionally go buy some information. The third floor of the Fiend Castle had a counter that specialized in selling information. As long as the Fiend Castle had information, so long as one had enough inkstones, one could buy it. The Infernal Realm has gained yet another expert. After Zhou left, Randolph sighed. And from the looks of it, he hasn't been training for too long. Perhaps he's only been training for a few tens of thousands of years. I wonder how far he'll go in the future. But first, you have to be able to resist the revenge of our Lord Prefect of the White Doom Manor. Jewel Island, Jadeite City, and Azure Dragon Island were all under the jurisdiction of the White Doom Manor. However, based on how well you accomplish your mission, you should be skilled in the material aspect. But your ability to hide your aura is truly top-notch, and it is very likely that you are skilled in the soul as well. If my guess is correct, Khan, your power, even amongst 7-star fiends, can be considered top-tier. You might even be comparable to some Azura commanders. The Lord Prefect of the White Doom Manor probably really won't be able to do anything to you. Towards the end, he began to laugh. The Lord Prefect of the White Doom Manor. Haha, you offended our ancestor. I'll give you a bit of trouble. Randolph had known long ago that behind the bandits of Azure Dragon Island was one of the 108 Azuras of the Infernal Realm, the Lord Prefect of the White Doom Manor. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an Azura behind him, how could a 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend have been reduced to becoming bandits? At the same time, on the other side, Zhou easily made his way to the second floor of the Fiend Castle, where information was sold. I want to buy information regarding all of the Azuras of the Infernal Realm and all of the commanders of the Purgatory. The newest, most complete information. Zhou casually handed his fiend medallion to a brown-haired maiden at the counter. Information regarding all of the Azuras and commanders? The maiden at the counter was startled. She raised her head to glance at Khan, then accepted the fiend medallion and casually appraised it. Instantly, she was shocked. Lord Khan, a 7-star fiend. Are you going to challenge an Azura? She blurted out. Don't worry about it. Zhou laughed calmly. Yes, my lord. The maiden trembled, then no longer said anything. She took out a scroll and flipped through it, then said, My lord, do you want to read it here? Or, do you want to buy it? If you read it here, it will only cost 10 million inkstones. If you want to buy it, it will cost 100 million inkstones. Buy it and read it. He casually tossed out a large piece of azurite. My lord, please wait a moment. After the maiden confirmed the azurite, she immediately went to the back room. Moments later, she walked out from the back room. This is the information you need. The maiden placed a large chest on the counter. The chest was filled with a large pile of information, as well as many crystal balls. Zhou swept it with his divine sense, immediately seeing quite a few familiar people. Lord Prefect Barut of Indigo Prefecture of Bloodridge Continent. God Beast Godiderat, skilled in the laws of darkness. Body comparable to a sovereign artifact. Beirut's name and information were listed at the very front. Aside from Barut, Aiken, Dunnington, and the others were listed at the very front as well. The more powerful a person was, the earlier their name would be. All right, that's it. Zhou casually flipped through the information, collecting it into his interspatial ring. He planned to find some time to slowly read through it. Chapter 980. Witdu Prefecture. Tranquility Island. The Lord Prefect of Witdu Prefecture, Olus, normally lived here, and there were millions of prefectural soldiers stationed here. Lord Prefect, we've already found out who the fiend who killed Lord Kasapa was. He recently became a 7-star fiend, a fiend named Khan. A golden-browed high god appeared here. If Jotong was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was one of the high gods standing near the 4 leaders of Azure Dragon Island. He was the person responsible for maintaining contact between Azure Dragon Island and the Lord Prefect of Witdu Prefecture, and he often reported to the Lord Prefect. The Lord Prefect of Witdu Prefecture, Olus, was seated in his seat, his face extremely gloomy. That was an enormous sum of wealth. To him, this sum of wealth represented 8 drops of destruction-type Sovereign's Might. Now that this sum of wealth had been stolen by someone else, he was incomparably furious. Olus trained in the elemental laws of the wind. He himself was unable to extract Sovereign's Might from inkstones, and so he had to go to Miluo Island to ask Mosi for help. Each time, Mosi would charge him a 20% fee. Thus, to Olus, this sum of inkstones, which was enough to produce 10 drops of Sovereign's Might, was only worth 8 drops. Do you have any specific information on that, Khan? After a long period of silence, Olus said in a low voice. Olus was quite cautious. In truth, he had already learned of this matter a month ago, but he had remained calm and didn't act rashly in retaliation. Instead, he wanted to find out more about his opponent before acting. The golden-browed high god immediately said, "Your subordinate has already investigated this person's past from various sources. Unfortunately, I was only able to find information on him for the past 3 or 4 centuries. I wasn't able to find anything else." 3 or 4 centuries. Olus frowned. To only be able to find information on him for 3 or 4 centuries meant that this person had only been registered as a fiend for a short period of time. Generally speaking, there were 2 possibilities. First, this person was a hidden expert who had only recently emerged. Second, this person came from another plane. The first possibility wasn't a big deal, but the second was terrifying. If this person came from another plane to the infernal realm, then he really was a powerful dragon. This was because just traveling the planes would consume a huge amount of wealth. Without a certain level of strength and wealth, it was impossible. This person first appeared in the Karasa continent, and then registered as a fiend in the Violet Cloud City. Afterwards, he continued to accept slaughtering missions, and within 100 years, he reached the 6-star fiend level. This person had investigated Jotong's situation quite thoroughly. He had even investigated the fact that Jotong had been hiding his aura and disguising himself as a god. He hid his aura to the point where not even 7-star fiends could sense him. This piece of news instantly attracted Olus' attention. This alone was enough to prove that this person's achievements in the field of souls were terrifying. It was very likely that he had reached the level of an Azura. Hiding his aura, coupled with that kind of material attack. Even if this person has a weakness, he won't have many. Olus cursed in his heart. He never thought that his wealth would be snatched away by such a powerful dragon. However, even though your material attacks are strong, they're still far inferior to mine. Olus calculated in his mind. Although his strongest point might be his soul, I'm the least afraid of anything related to the soul. If I can win, I'll fight him. He'll be countered by me, so my chances of winning are extremely high. Olus suddenly asked, "Where is this Khan right now?" Based on the information your subordinate has received, Khan purchased a large amount of information on Azuras and commanders from the Fiend Castle, then quickly returned to a nearby hotel. For several days, he hasn't left the hotel at all. Most likely, he's been researching information on Azuras. Goldbrow said, "Information on Azuras and commanders? This fellow is actually planning to challenge an Azura?" Olus raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Anyone who dared to challenge an Azura had to be extremely confident in their own power. From this, one could tell that this person was definitely extremely powerful. However, for him to need to carefully prepare for even challenging an Azura and choose his opponent, This means that his power hasn't reached the level where he can be fearless. Olus felt slightly more at ease now. Olus suddenly looked at Goldbrow, then said, "Immediately send people to Jadeite City to keep an eye on him. Once he sets out, immediately report his location to me." "Yes, my lord." Goldbrow respectfully left. At the same time, within the manner of an extremely luxurious-themed hotel near Jadeite City. Whoosh! The cold wind howled, and snowflakes fluttering about in the hazy gray skies. This was an extremely luxurious-themed hotel, and the price was extremely high. Each year, the price was 300,000 inkstones. The theme of this hotel that Zhou Tong had chosen was snow. The entire courtyard had been designed by a master magus, and many magical formations had been set up, enough to simulate a snowy day. Within the rear courtyard of the manor, there was a spring that was roughly 200 square meters in size, surrounded by fake mountains. The spring was emitting wisps of steam. This was a hot spring. Zhou Tong leisurely reclined in the hot spring, soaking while quietly taking out a crystal ball. His divine sense instantly entered the crystal ball, allowing him to see the scene of the battle within a desert. Thousands of people were quietly standing there. In the air, there were two people facing off against each other. One of them was completely golden in color, with golden hair, golden eyebrows, golden clothes, and even the divine sword in his hand was golden in color. The other person was completely violet-black in color, and he wielded a crimson war blade in his hand. This was a battle between the legendary expert of the Redbud continent, Akin, and a challenger who trained in the laws of light. The one wielding the crimson warblade was Akin. Clang! Akin's body transformed into a blur, and then a bloody light flashed. The entire world seemed to have been sliced apart by this bloody light, and a terrifying spatial tear appeared. Immediately afterwards, his opponent fell down from the skies. Haha! Akin lives up to his reputation as an expert who can use inkstones to refine sovereign's might. This Tao of destruction truly is superior to mine. This sword. So this is your Tao path. So that's how it is. This is very different from mine. At Zhou Tong's current level of insight, he was naturally able to clearly see many profound mysteries. Oh, that did give me some inspiration. Zhou Tong thought back to Akin's saber attack, and he was completely stunned. His edicts of destruction had already fused the 5 edicts of annihilation, 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 and annihilation. The 6th edict of illusion had long ago fused with annihilation and annihilation as well. The fusion of these 3 edicts had reached its final limit and had been stuck for a long time. But now, through watching the crystal, he was able to vaguely grasp something. Half a day later, Zhou Tong finally laughed. So that's how it is. Just like that, I quietly broke through the final step, but after training in the edicts of destruction to my current level, the next step is to find the points of convergence between annihilation, 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 and annihilation. This isn't something I can achieve in a short period of time. Next, my divine destruction clone will focus on analyzing the fusion of the profound mysteries of destruction, the throbbing pulse of the world, and explosion. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.